Hello, good morning, everyone. Can we get a roll call of who's all on the line, please?
It's Navajo Engineering Construction Authority, Kerry Patterson, Boo Van Nygren, and Brett Grubbs.
Vice Chair Smith, present.
Otto So on the line.
Morning, Melinda. This is Del Gahlona.
Good morning, everyone. This is Speaker Damon. If I could go ahead and have to see which staff members are on the line. Is Miss Peggy Nakai on?
Mr. Speaker, this is Martha.
Okay, good morning. Well, Ms. Ellison, is Miss Karen Doki on?
Hello, good morning, Speaker. I'm here.
Okay, great. Okay, with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and get started. I know it's 9:13 a.m. and I think we are. Is the recording device on? Is it still on? Okay, now we're official. Again, good afternoon, or actually good morning. I think I've been to everyone out there. Thank you for being a part of our work session today. This is the Naabik'iyati Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session. I'm here in Winter Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I have my colleagues from Naabik'iyati Committee in various locations across the nation, including probably Winter Rock today or their home chapter community area. So thank you again for having my colleagues calling in today. Today's date is Wednesday, June 3rd, 2020. The time now is 9:14 a.m. We have a proposed agenda before us, presided by myself, Seth Davis, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. We did call the meeting to order with an invocation. Vice Chair Smith, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Good morning, Vice Chair. You mind doing the invocation for us this morning?
Sure thing, sir. Yada Dini, citizen, Peanda Dini, Naabik'iyati Committee, Yatapen, everybody that's on the line, all the presenters, the bar heads, Nihit citizen Ashi, Tahalodo, Nachayaha, Nasi Kato, Hoda. Gracious Father, come to you this morning for wisdom, knowledge, understanding. We come to you to request that we can do the right thing for our people are in need. And this Tukusansa 19 they call is really hitting us hard. We don't know what the future holds, but you hold the future, Father. So therefore, we have folks that will be doing the discussion items, internal barriers, external barriers. How can we break those barriers? How can we go over, under, around, through these barriers so that we can get these services provided? We have only a few months to utilize the funding, and the government has given us a time bomb. If we don't, then we lose that money, and it goes back. So we don't want to end up losing the money. Even our own internal barriers, our agendas, our folks wanting to do our own projects. Father, we turn to you this morning to have a work session that is beneficial to overcome these and to look at these laws and regulations. They're man-made laws. They can be tweaked, they can be amended, they can be changed. But the only laws that cannot be changed are the 10 Commandments. And those are set in place, and those are set in stone. So these laws that man has made, they can be changed, they can be amended, and we can move forward for the benefit of our people. So, Father, we come to you asking for our leaders from the executive, judicial, and legislative, and staff, and departments, and all the divisions, and all of us get together and work together in our chapters and our communities and our veterans and our service providers, our law enforcement, our first responders, and just to name a few, Father, we're all affected. The whole world's affected. So, Father, we come to you humbly and respectfully requesting that our leadership and your leadership will reflect, and we can give you the glory. We can say, because of our Lord Heavenly Father has provided that and has given us the wisdom to do what is right. You have appointed many kings, and many kings have done wonderful things, and many kings have done atrocious things too, Father. But we come to you humbly, asking that you guide us along today, through this week, through the months that we have, and that we can utilize the Navajo Nation Care Fund and accordingly to the laws and regulations and get these things taken care of. So pray for the family members and our relatives and our loved ones that we don't get caught up in this COVID-19. Our numbers are continuously increasing, and we know why. Overcrowding, no water, no electricity, no hospitals, and roads are bad, telecommunications, just to name a few, Father. So, Father, we just turn to you this morning and ask for a special blessing upon all of us and guide us and direct us. Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for that invocation this morning. Let me go ahead and move on down to announcements. Colleague city announcements this morning.
Speaker, Nate, Delegate Brown.
Honorable Freeland and Honorable Brown.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning to my colleagues. There is the Resource and Development Committee call at 10 o'clock, just FYI. My colleagues, reports and legislation on the agenda. So thank you, Speaker. God bless you. Thank you, my brother, for the prayer as well. Good morning to my colleagues.
All right, Honorable Brown.
Thank you, Speaker. Really quickly, in Kayenta, we are lining up on Highway 160, 163. We're going to honor our Kayenta nurse who lost her battle to COVID-19. She worked in the hospital, and she's being transported back, and we're just lined up on the side of the road. Again, this just reminds us how important, everyone is, and we're doing the best that we can. I really wish that we did get the 115 CARES Act signed immediately, so we would have been using the funding now to prevent some of these deaths. It's really sad. So my community all our communities are in mourning for people we lost. You can send that thought, you can remember us, and then we'll, of course, remember all our Navajo people. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Brown, for that. I know that with this deadly pandemic that has been going on for the last couple months, numerous individuals, not only families that are affected here within the Four Sacred Mountains, but also our many frontliners, first responders who are volunteers from around the United States and around the world that come here to help us, and some of them are losing their lives too. So definitely stay with their families and prayers too as well, and what they've done and what they continue to do to strive to help our Navajo people. So again, thank you. And sorry for that. I know your communities are mourning. I know that everybody probably knew that the nurse out there, and I know that in that retrospect, and it's something that we all take certain things for granted, especially when we visit our hospitals and not knowing if we're going to see those individuals again. So again, thank you, Honorable Brown, for that recognition today. Any other announcements, colleagues?
Delegate Helena, Speaker.
Honorable Helena, go ahead, Honorable Helena.
Yeah, we're having the Health, Education, and Human Service Committee meeting. I thought it was going to be scheduled for tomorrow, but I'm looking at the agenda and it says today, June 3rd at 1 p.m. this afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Helena, for that announcement too as well.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Any other comment? Actually, just announcements, colleagues?
Chair, Jamie.
Yes, Honorable Eugene So.
We have like RDC have LOC. They have their meeting with another 40 minutes or 30 minutes. How long does this Naabik'iyati committee meeting work session? That's all I'm asking.
It's probably going to go till about 3 o'clock, maybe 4. 3 or 4
So
this
most of
afternoon.
it's gonna be off.
When I take roll call, I will ask that then, if you guys want to postpone this meeting until later. But again, colleagues, we have limited time and we're trying to get the expenditure plan. We're just hearing from individuals today to help see what kind of barriers, assistance they're looking at and saying what we need to do in order for us to go ahead and put that in the legislation so that we can cut this red tape. But I'll leave it up to you. When we do roll call right now after announcements, if there's more individuals that want me to postpone this Nabi work session, I'll postpone it. Just after you do roll call, just say continue on or postpone. With that, I don't have any more announcements. So Ms. Stokey, there's roll call orders. Call their names out, and if they want to postpone or continue on, ask them.
Okay. Honorable Seth Damon,
Present.
do you want to continue on? Postpone?
I can continue on.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present. I'm fine with either way. Right now, I'm listening to the Western Agency update teleconference also. So a delay would be good. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Kinesla Cardi. Honorable Herman M. Daniel. Honorable Mark A. Freeland.
I'm on the call. Good morning. But I'm going to be leaving here by 9:55. So I'm good either way too. I wanted to partake in a lot of the discussion, but we have other commitments as well. Thank you.
Honorable Mark A. Freeland is present. Honorable Pernell Holona.
Delegate Holona is present, and I'd like to just go ahead and continue. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Holona is present. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Ricky Nance. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater is present. Thank you.
Honorable Carl Slater is present. Would you like to postpone the Naabik'iyati meeting or continue?
Can I? Do we have to vote? I mean, I'm neutral. I got on late. What is the purpose of the suspension or the postponement?
Honorable Slater, this is Speaker Damon. The reason why is because some of our colleagues that got on the announcements portions announced that there is a Law and Order Committee meeting at 10. There's a Resourcing Committee meeting at 10. There's a HESI meeting at 10. So there's 3 other
we're meeting at 12.
going on.
We're meeting at 12.
Or at 12 o'clock. So there's some delegates that want to have this postponed until we have no other meetings. So
My vote is to keep it with as is. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Would you like to continue on with the Naabik'iyati meeting or postpone?
By all means, I'm sure the folks are ready to give us the information from the various internal and external. Let's continue.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Charlene So.
Present, and I can partake up to about noon, so I'm fine if we continue with the Nabi work session.
Honorable Charlene So is present. Honorable Daniel E. So. Honorable Eugene So.
I guess we have more important things that Nabi now and also our LOC or DC or F. All are important. So I don't know, we should have scheduled it accordingly, separate them. That's all I think.
Honorable Also. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm here. Doug is here. And let's keep moving forward. These guys can adjust their schedule. So, thank you.
Honorable Also is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present here, and I am listening. And I think we just have to listen to multiple calls. That's the only way I would see this working. We should continue. Every day is important. Every day is time that we can't bring back. So let's use our time and let's continue with this work session. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Demi Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 10 members present.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Doki. And I think out of those 10, 7 are in favor, 3 were, or 7 were in favor to continue, and 3 were wanting to go ahead and postpone. So with that, colleagues, we'll go ahead and continue. I know that this is just some information. We did inform, let these individuals know that we were going to have a Nabi committee meeting too going on. And I did let the committee chairs know this too as well, colleagues, that we were going to continue on because we're in a time frame in order for us to go ahead and get this information out as and information to you as best be fitted and as quickly as possible in order for us to make sure we can put the list language, whatever language that our presenters have today in recommendations so that they can go ahead and help ease some of the red tape and make sure that these dollars are going back or coming out of the nation as quickly as possible. So let's go ahead and move on and get this on the roll. With that, I don't think that we did a roll call, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Again, everyone that's listening in, thank you very much for listening in this morning. To everybody that's on the line, of my colleagues, the staff, most importantly, thank you to all the people that are listening in and wanting to know how the council is looking to expend the funding dollars that came from the federal government through the Federal CARES Act. More importantly, we are working together with numerous different agencies and today's overall goal is to really see two different initiatives. One of them is trying to see how we can break down the internal barriers, and then also this afternoon we're looking towards some of the external barriers for something like these right of ways that we're needing to be immediately addressed. So with that, let's go ahead and continue on down to our internal barriers presentation. The first one is that we have off the bat. Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority, I know they're online. They wanted to do an overall presentation on some recommendations that they see that needs an immediate address, and some of the recommendations that they're going to go ahead and pose to as well. So, is who's on from NECA?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable delegates, staff, and other members here. This is Kerry Patterson, CEO and General Manager here at NECA. I've also got with me Brett Grubbs, the Manager of Engineering, and Boo Van Nygren, our Chief Commercial Officer here. I want to thank you all for letting us put this presentation together of the water infrastructure development and some of the barriers and problems that we face here at NECA. So Brett and Mr. Grubbs and Mr. Nygren put this presentation together. So I'm going to turn it over to them to kind of go through it with everybody. So, Bo, you want to take it?
Honorable Speaker, Naja Beshmas, Ani Pasandao do Besendan Liston, the Asi Yat in Hideshni to Bahensen, Hodo Hasigo, to the Neba Bestiada dot Sigi, Benhat Igi, to Halate all the Pesos today, dot Insigi Easi. Basha was wrong, Hodo Kitchen Hasti. And I'd like to just say thank you to all the honorable members and council and division leaders and various leaders on the phone and guests as well. So on behalf of NECA, I just want to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to come before a very distinguished leadership to present our thoughts on how we can help out from NECA. So, and again, my name is Bo Van Nygren. Oze Tachini Nadas Uzabashis Chindo, Torchini Chedo, Nadas Oze the Ado Basinash Inige Jasmine Nygren, Le Red Mesa, Arizona I Kehuit. So with that, I'd like to just kind of run through briefly about we put a lot of thought into how can we how do we build this perspective from NECA on how we can play our part in the water infrastructure development efforts that the council and Navajo Nation leadership is really pushing for on how to spend the dollars towards the efforts of COVID-19, because we all know that it's a disease that's really hurting our people out there. So to start off, I just kind of wanted to give a real brief history of who we are at NECA. And NECA, we've been around here since 1972. We were created by the Navajo Nation Council. We were given the authority for engineering and construction. We employ almost 400 people here, and we proudly self-perform about 90% of our work, meaning we rarely do any subcontracting. Every highway, every water line, any bridge that we build, 90% of it, NECA builds it themselves. And we've built thousands and thousands of miles of water lines, whether it's residential, large commercial projects. And so that's all that work we've done here on Navajo. And we consider ourselves the experts of water infrastructure development only because the nation has given us that opportunity over the past 5 decades and said, hey, NECA, just really get good at bringing water to our people. And then along the way, we've built a lot of partnerships, very critical partnerships with IXS, NTUA, Water Management Branch, the Bureau of Reclamation, and BIA. Those are some of the partners. We work on all their projects. Anytime there's a water project on Navajo and it's related to construction, we're probably at the forefront of these conversations, helping build those projects with those partners. And over the years, we've developed a really good accounting system that has dealt with when we used to do a lot of work for the BIA. So we're very well familiar with the federal guidelines and how much it takes to track monies and make sure that it's spent the correct way. And at the same time, we've developed a lot of experience through with working with our partners, whether it's through engineering and construction of water lines through there's negotiated contracts like CMAR or design build. And that's kind of the history of NECA, and just kind of a brief overview. And again, Brett and I are going to be doing this presentation, so we're going to be going back and forth. So I'm going to allow Brett to jump into the next topic of discussions about the three main questions that were asked to us. So Brett is going to provide some technical expertise and ways to expedite the processes on how, because as of today, I know that time is of the essence for the Navajo Nation to really get out there to install water lines. And we're back at full capacity at NECA. Almost all 380 people are back to work, and they're excited to work. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Brett Grubbs.
Thanks, Boo. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank council members and our special guests for listening today. Again, NECA is honored to be invited to participate in these discussions and look forward to looking with our leaders across this great nation to develop a process that will help these people in need. Honorable Brown, my thoughts and prayers go out to you and your community today for the family of the nurse that's being honored. That's a proven point that how close it hits home. All of us have been affected by this, and I just wanted to let you know, Honorable Brown, I'm thinking about you and your community and obviously the family of the fallen nurse. That being said, I want to get right into how NECA can, what we've discussed internally and fought through over the years on how we can expedite this CARES spending. Mainly, all of you should know that NECA is on the ready button, and we will do what we can, however we can, to assist in any way we can. But we all know that expediting this 164 review process needs to be updated or, put plainly, done away with during this pandemic. The 164 process, as we all know, it's a very lengthy process, and we simply do not have the time to wait. Also, because of the 164 process, we're asking for the Navajo Nation to give the department the managing authority to work within the project officials to approve and reject changes as the project changes at the project level. I know that's a mouthful, but currently, when we're working on a project and there is a change due to an unknown condition, it could be weather related, it could be something encountered underground, we have to put the project on hold and put that change all the way back through the 164 review process. So we're trying to get, if that process was able to be taken care of at the project level, we could expedite that construction and just keep moving without putting it on hold. We want to give the land development more authority to approve to manage the right-of-way during these emergencies. In other words, we all understand this is emergency. We'd like to work directly with the land department to get these right-of-ways established as soon as possible. And the reason why I say as soon as possible, because the design process, if a right-of-way shifts after the design is started, basically the design would have to be looked at as well. There are air vacuums and air release valves that have to follow the contours of the land. So if we move it, in some cases less than 100 feet, it could affect the design. So we are all in agreement that the right-of-ways are key, but that is something that we want to work directly with the land department and give them the authority to identify and mark these so the design and engineering can start immediately. Another thought we have would be to as-built the project information for our ARC and environmental requirements as the projects progress. There are some known areas that we know of right now that we shouldn't be doing construction in, but there are areas that we feel that we can start, and we would just as-built and provide project data as the project progresses. We also have extensive and proven experience to manage and provide status updates. Most all of our clients require schedules and cost accounting systems that separate how we track not only the cost, but the progress of each project. So if there are requirements that everybody would like to see, NEC is very well balanced, and we have the expertise to manage the cost, the construction, the procurement, and we can account for that separately on every single item. At any given time, we probably have 25 to 40 different projects that we are accounting for separately that's 100% audible throughout the whole process. Along with providing more technical experience and expertise, NEC is pretty much, you can consider a one-stop shop. We provide the design, the engineering, and all construction services, basically the procurement and the construction, to meet this CARES funding schedule. We have extensive experience in contracting, expediting projects, over $1.4 billion on Navajo. We can leverage our experience with the building projects and negotiated partnerships. We have extensive partnerships with the IHS, NTUA, Water Management Branch, Bureau of Reclamation, and the BIA. We have sole source agreements that we work directly for them, and we have MOAs and MOUs that we can use the language and the processes that we've developed over years to help expedite and track all of the funding and design requirements along with the construction through this process. We have utilized design build, and we are able to start, because of our experience, the procurement process with as little as 20% drawings. So what that truly means is that if you're working simultaneously, once the right-of-way has been granted, the engineers will know, basically they'll size the line, they'll know the contour of the line, and then within a very short period of time, NECA can expedite the procurement of all of the materials. And by the time the materials get there, because some valves and some piping are a long lead item to receive, the drawings would be ready by then, and then NECA would actually be able to go ahead and start the process of construction. We've done most of our jobs that are with the Bureau of Reclamation and the Navajo Nation are time sensitive, and we have to follow guidelines. So providing schedules of deliverables is something that we do every day. It's not anything that we don't think we can handle. We can provide at any given point on any given project with our accounting capabilities. We can provide cost data, scheduling data, where we're at with procurement of materials and personnel. So it's something that we do every day, and we're very comfortable with it. There's also something that we've been working with the IHS people, and we could review the CIASM funding to determine if it can be exchanged for the CARES funding. In other words, there are approximately $110 million of unmet needs of the IHS projects currently right now. Those projects are ready to go. They just need the funding to back them up. So that would be an immediate source of spending to get this CARES Act money flowing. We'd like for the Navajo leaders to empower NECA to procure and utilize special equipment for projects that have not started because of constructability issues. Meaning, most of our IHS projects are on a cost basis. So if there's solid rock or if there's deep washes, there are sometimes those projects are put on hold because other projects are more readily available or easier to construct at a cheaper price. What we're asking for is we can utilize this money to buy the construction-specific equipment to tackle solid rock, deep washes, and we have the expertise right now to operate them. Right now, we rent them on an as-needed basis. So when we're doing a project that has a deep wash and we have to drill under it, we'll either rent that or subcontract it. Solid rock, we rent trenchers that will trench through the solid rock. With this CARES funding, we could purchase this equipment and immediately utilize it, and we would be in control of the schedule that way. We would not be at the mercy of the equipment suppliers or subcontractors. NECA would own it, which meaning the Navajo Nation would own it, and we would drive the schedule on when and where it could go to work. By doing this, we can provide cost-saving methods and obviously faster project starts. Most of the time, all municipalities are on a budget crunch, so we are getting more and more into these alternate deliveries, such as the design builds and the CMARs, to do more with less. So this is exactly the situation we're in right now. We want to cover as many miles as possible with and scatter the funding as necessary. We don't have any problem securing skilled laborers and craftspeople. We will look elsewhere across the grid in the Four Corners area to get supervision. That is the one place that it's a little more difficult for us to find supervision, but we will reach outside the boundaries if necessary. Our number one goal is to hire within, but if we can't, we have the ability to bring on non-Navajo supervision if needed. With that, I want to thank you for your time. I'll be available after the presentation for any questions that you may have. I would like to turn it back over to Boo to explain the remaining portion of our presentation. And again, I do really appreciate your time, and it is an honor to be able to try to help in times of need. Thank you for your time.
So kind of just to conclude a little bit with our presentation, one of the things that gets me excited over here at NECA is that NECA is the Navajo Nation's company. I consider it the people's company. They've been in operation for 5 decades, building water lines on Navajo. We are the largest contractor in the Four Corners area. We're held accountable to the Navajo Nation, unlike any other construction and engineering firm in the world. Our oversight is the Navajo Nation Council, the Resource and Development Committee, and NECA really is ready to step up and help the nation during these uncertain times. There's when it comes to water lines or any other types of construction, if we can do it through the CARES funding, if NECA can actually build these water lines for the Navajo Nation, it kind of shows the U.S. government and indigenous nations across the country that the Navajo Nation is more than capable of building it themselves through its construction arm, which is NECA. And we have every confidence in the world to manage all engineering and construction. We might have some issues with self-performing all of it, because we do pride ourselves in self-performing majority of the work, but for sure we can manage the whole thing. And we have passionate Navajo people here that work at NECA. They love going out to rural communities. They love building water lines and seeing those faces as we're bringing a plumbing wall into someone's home or a hogan, and they get water for the first time in their entire lives. And that's what our people love doing. And it's just, we're very familiar with the water line specifications, what materials we are commonly used, and the designs. We got a long history with NTUA, IHS. So with that, leaders, I just want to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk to you about how we at NECA and the Navajo Nation is kind of excited and positioned to really provide the essentials that we take for granted: potable water, access to schools, access to medical facilities, things like that, to where we're ready to help you out because again, like I just want to conclude that we are your company. We're ready to help out. So, and there was also another attachment, which was the write-up, which is a more detailed version of our presentation. So you got the PowerPoint, and then you have the write-up, which is a lot more lengthy. So again, with that, I'd like to open it up for questions to me and Brett, and we're excited to do whatever we can, Shananta, to help you guys out. So, Speaker.
Great. Thank you, Bo. Thank you to you and NECA for the presentation. Colleagues, I guess my first question is, does everybody have NECA's presentation? It was sent out on June 1st from our staff member, Miss Michelle Cook, and that was around 4:00 p.m. on June 1st. So if you don't have that presentation, maybe we can send it out again, Melinda. Okay. That, colleagues, I don't have, does that conclude your presentation, Bo?
Yeah, that's concluding it, and we're open to questions if any of the Navajo Nation Council leaders have any questions for us.
Okay, yeah, they do. Honorable Keel Naabik'iyati.
Speaker, good morning. NECA, brother, President Osaki. Speaker, I guess the one way, I don't know if any other RDC members are online, but we do have a meeting at 10 o'clock. Koko, Kiteda Lepas out at Nasa. A Koko Kudon hit it. Now, Skato, with Ago Coponet, Santon hit it. A Koko, I guess, take a legislation could chairman present not just only water line but power line, home site lease, and so on, and anything else that could be maybe a comprehensive review or recommendation. Ako tutik at sat the meal space at open seat. Ako Holland not the that not the doses abahozini yet for even the Navajo Nation, even just to start spending it. But maybe this is a good time for the nation to really review the policy. This funding are appropriated specifically for chapter level infrastructure, power line, water line, that heki. Akoko a diki dik at aten kokoti o nata huil ne sto di hot edo tit na hot oti ni ado dik at o sto ado such meeting bahnane ka ado ina sto o meeting bahnane ka akot o hot at o holjish o shish na halen but what end late latik at aton netiti water is being pushed even by the president's office. I'm not sure what were discussed yesterday on the 1116, but at the same time 1115 is continuing to be discussed as well. Nonetheless, getting the funding back down to the chapter level, or NTUA, or any other Division of Natural Resources, or NACHIKI, or the enterprises, other economic development that no the Bayata hit. I don't know Pia Ace at not Hona Yitla store on his eastern Huinos, out in land which we toss of John Hito need. Ako kwaki has ko nishineka no shiniki aden hajoti lokati dit up in ni credo dit up in si dit saton how Jose Naabik'iyati Washington Noseniki Kunheti so Kote Adon Hot Air the Nandiniki Tobata Dot Ishin Nishka Kay Liniki on Nishiki edit out being job recommendation is natural is hot less store. So it was zero bahasito list speaker, but again probably make this comment again at the next 10 o'clock RDC meeting. If we would continue to have these discussions, not just only at NABI, maybe the same presentation is probably will be discussed again at RDC meeting. So, Ashida Yastra Zero Kodo to simply provide the procedures of how and the NECA company can expedite should the money is readily available. If not, something that could be streamlined, not just only now, but not much. I mean, take at our totally, I joy to others. No, what quick Hashine learned the Nandingi and not say so economic development that no, the call is our own on the show, just to let the call. They Kodobe has only given Australia, Bonnet Zando, so idiot Ashaba has sit a lecture.
Thank you, Honorable Kayombe, those comments. There any other I have anybody else that's texted me? Is there anybody else that'd like to speak? Colleagues?
Speaker, I have a question.
Yes, Honorable Hona, go ahead.
Yeah, well, all the employees from NECA, thank you very much for that quick presentation. I wanted to find out what does the machine cost when you were talking about the cut through the rock and that the one that you have to rent all the time? What is the total cost for one of those machines? What are we looking at, dollar value? And is there any other type of equipment that you need to purchase? And if so, what is the dollar amounts on that we're looking at? Thank you.
Yes, sir. This is Brett Grubbs speaking again. And to reply to that, the rock trenchers that we rent right now cost $60,000 a month. That's to rent it. If you purchase it outright, it's close to $1 million for this piece of equipment. It sounds extraordinary, but it's not that far out of line for what it truly does versus traditional track hose and dozers to try to rip through this rock. As far as drilling machines, the large boring machines that go through the washes or under the washes, I might say, those can be anywhere from $500,000 all the way up to $850,000 to $900,000 for purchase of one of those machines as well.
Okay, how about the repair maintenance cost that is associated with that machine? How much do you have to, after you do a job, you always have to have a certain amount of maintenance on it?
Yes, sir, you are correct. When we rent the machine, the owner of the machine helps provide that within that cost. But because we've been renting these machines from Vermeer for, I want to say, at least 15, 20 years, our relationship with them would set us up for a maintenance program to where we all know that it's very, very hard on the machine to go through the rock. But basically, if you develop a system that you maintain it daily to where you're replacing the teeth and you're taking care of all of the wear parts accordingly, but that would be set up internally with Vermeer, and that would be those costs would be covered internally as well if we own the machine ourselves. Right now, part of that maintenance is taken care of by that $60,000 a month.
I see. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that information. It's just something we need to look at if we, we need to know a dollar value. That gives us an idea. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Thank you, Honorable Lona, for those questions. Colleagues, any other comments, questions to NECA at this time?
This is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, Chair of the NECA for doing a brief report on your. I've got the printed copy here, the CARE Water Infrastructure Development Initiative. My phone service is not too good sometimes here, so I kind of missed some things that were said. I'm hoping I'm not getting a repeat here. But you have a proven track record to build any project anywhere, roads, bridges, water lines, and buildings. My question is, number one is the water. And break through those barriers, because essentially you have to wait on IHS. For example, Q84, they have to say it's ready. They have to send those papers to you guys, and then you guys review it, and then it's sent back. And it's like a back and forth ping pong thing. And then finally it's an agreement, and then project gets kicked in. And then we say shovel ready. We say projects that are ready to go. That's good. But however, Q84 was supposed to be constructed, and that seems to be on the back burner because we were told when we were doing the citizen funding, we were told shovel ready projects, and this was one of them. It was one of the big projects, and to this day, there's nothing even being constructed. Just as an example. So how do we get through that barrier? How do we get through that? Like the 164, the N2A team, are you guys capable of doing all these projects throughout the Navajo Nation? Or would you be able to contract out to hire additional help? Because if we flood all these dollars out and we have the projects that we are initially have built out there, we'd like to utilize this money. We don't want this money to go back to the end. That is my main concern. How do we open that door? How do we expedite that? Because you're one of the Navajo Nation enterprise that was established back in 1972 in Navajo Engineering Construction Authority, which is great. But my question is, how do we make ourselves to where we can get these permits, or not get these permits, but get these projects done? Waive right-of-way clearances, grazing permits, allottees, just to name a few. So that's my big concern. And materials. Is there a warehouse? Is there a location? I heard something about rental, using equipment, using equipment to do specific jobs out there. For example, the bridge down in Navajo, that came to a screeching halt. And I was talking to Mr. O'Reilly, and he's saying, I don't know, NECA wants to change order. We only have enough money to do this. Now, that's another barrier. If there's going to be change orders, it's going to be another added cost. Is that going to be another bill that we're going to have to top up? Because if we're going to earmark a certain amount, and that amount should be covering, it's like building a house. This house is going to cost you this much, and it's going to be yours as it's completed, and it's going to be this much. So you go out to the bank, you get that amount, and you do a mortgage, and then the constructor comes in, contractor, and he builds that house for you, and he subcontracts out to get this house built within that time frame. And if there's any additional costs, I guess that's where they have that 10% cushion. I'm hoping that we don't have that problem. I'm hoping that that doesn't interfere with the cost of developing. So these are the big concerns, and I know that there's the other internal barriers, even within our own Navajo Nation too. So how do we get these things done? How do we work that? People are out there saying, when am I going to get water? When am I going to get electricity? When am I going to get these things that I've been waiting for? And now that we have the funding, let's get this laws and regulations changed. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Honorable Smith, this is Kerry Patterson, the CEO here at NECA.
Go ahead, Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, to answer some of your questions, I'm not going to get into the bridge at Navajo right now because we have some claims against the BIA, and most of them relate to Mr. Riley and his management of that project. But if you want to talk about that on a separate occasion, we certainly can sit down and talk to you about the bridge at Navajo. The IHS process is one that's established by law also. We do all the IHS water lines under Public Law 86-121, which is just a cost reimbursable process. And you're right about the time. It doesn't go back and forth that much. We get an MOA for, say, this year's funding, 2020. We'll sign the MOA. It's also signed by NTUA, the president, and several other people. And you're right. It takes about 3 years from the time we sign that MOA till one of those projects actually goes to construction. The MOA is just assigning the money for the project, basically, and allotting it for one of those water line or sewer projects. It hasn't been designed yet right away. It hasn't been obtained yet. It's just the project's been identified. So once the MOA is signed, say for 2020, then they'll start the design process. They'll start getting the right-of-ways, so on and so forth. And it is about 3 years from the time we sign that till the time we get to a project. I'm not real sure what Q84 is, what project that is, Honorable Smith, but we'll look into it and see if we can get you some specific answers to that particular project. As far as the CARES Act funding and what we're talking, some of the stuff we're talking about here, it all depends on how the council and the executive office decides how they want to do these projects. If it goes through IHS, it'll go through the same process. If it goes through NTUA, it's a little different process. Water management's a little different process. If you want to go directly to your own construction company or NECA, we have the ability, as we stated in the thing here, to do the design, do the build. We have several engineers on call, engineering staffs that we can procure to do the design of these projects and get them started immediately as quickly as we can. You talked about a warehouse. We have a huge warehouse here that right now probably has about $2 million worth of inventory in stock of water and sewer items. But our procurement's a little bit different. We can get it pretty fast depending on what's needed. And that's also subject to our suppliers right now. As we all know, supply of any kind of material right now is a little tough to come by. But we can get it procured. We can get them built. We talked about the equipment. Yes, we do rent a couple specialized pieces of equipment in certain circumstances. Mainly, we have all our own equipment. NECA owns its own equipment. But there are a few specialized pieces we rent that would be easier and faster if we owned them. But they are rather expensive, as Mr. Grubbs explained. Trenchers running about $1.2, $1.3 million a piece. Boring machine could be anywhere upwards close to $1 million. If it go through us, we can probably do the projects a little bit faster if they go through us, and we can do the engineering and design. The 164 process, as you've been hearing from everybody, is still an issue. It takes too long. It has to go through too many hands, and it goes over and over, and then it gets lost on somebody's desk, and then we got to start all over and present the documents again. So whatever council and you guys can do to, in my opinion, it needs to be eliminated. It needs to go away and come up with a better system of getting materials, whether it's aggregates, water, right-of-way process. And a lot of this, we do it as, I think Rex Coons with NTUA suggested, we do it under emergency. We go out and build the project, and we apply for the right-of-way later. Grazing rights is a big problem, as you talked about. We have people that hold up, we have a gravel pit in Shiprocks been held up for 12 years for grazing rights. And some of those things, those are the barriers we face, is trying to get these projects going and getting right-of-way going. So some of the talk that I've heard is very encouraging about maybe just having a one-stop shop. We take the whole package to one person, it gets approved, and we go on down the road, and we get these projects built. I think I covered all your questions, Honorable Smith. If you have any others, I'll address them.
That Honorable Vice Chair Smith, too, just to add on, with the couple of other presenters that will be on today, more of your questions can be defined. So again, this is just NECA, but we do have other individuals, and then more importantly to this afternoon as well. But if you need more information on specifics on that project, remember Jason John is readily available to answer your questions, and he does have some recommendations too for clearing out some red tape. So again, colleagues, this is just the first presentation of the day from Navajo Energy Engineering and Construction Company. With that, let me go ahead and move on down. At this time, I don't have anybody else in the queue that's lined up for comments.
Speaker, this is Delegate Smith again.
Go ahead.
Speaker, I just lost signal and got back on. I don't know why this happens to me, but kind of got the gist of what Mr. Patterson's talking about. Could he give us a recommendation from his part on what the barriers are and how we could address certain barriers? Because he works with that. And he's the first person to be able to say, well, we can possibly eliminate this, or we could work with getting these projects out. I know that he was talking about, I was talking about the grazing and stuff like that. That's a different issue. But on his part, like the MOA, how can we streamline that? Because 3 years is ridiculous. If the money's there, by golly, we should be able to expedite that. How do we get through that? That's why we're having this meeting on these internal barriers. We are our own enemy. We are our own enemy on behalf of putting too many regulations and stipulations and policies and internal, external, and all that, which makes it virtually impossible. And we're not going to see nothing happening until 2023 if we even get an MOA going, depending on certain projects. Speaker, Chair, how do we address that? We're here talking about that. How can we as council amend these laws or waive them or get that for the purpose of this COVID-19? That's what I'm really wanting to hear on behalf of that Chair, Speaker. And that's my concern on that. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, I think Mr. Nygren and I forget the other presenter's name. What was your other presenter's name?
His name is Brett Grubbs.
Mr. Grubbs. When they were going over their presentation, they went over a few, I guess a majority of their presentation was recommendations. I don't know if you want me to have them repeat that presentation, Vice Chair Smith. We took notes here.
With all due respect, if they presented that, could they email that various topic to me so I could review that and read it. I would appreciate that rather than taking up time to regurgitate all this. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Grubbs or Mr. Nygren, I don't know if you guys want to just do a brief overview and a couple recommendations that you guys went over, some of the big ones. But more importantly, I think after that, if there's recommendations that you're looking at and information for additional recommendations, could you forward that over? And then we can go ahead and send that on out to Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Honorable Speaker Damon, yeah, I don't mind giving Mr. Honorable Smith a quick update too. So the way NECA plays the role is we're kind of we've always been the middle person, whether we're serving IHS or NTOA or BOR, BIA, or NDOT. What we proposed is the main thing was the 164 process, the land department, empowering the land department, because a lot of the things that you're talking about, Honorable Smith, is that's where a lot of the hiccup or where it slows us down, because on the NECA side, it's on slide number 3. We talked about those things, but what we're proposing is that we're your construction company, we're your engineering company. If you empower us to say, let's streamline it through NECA, it's not up to us because it's up to Navajo Nation Council to do that. And the executive branch say, hey, let's go with NECA, let's empower them, let them work with. I think Jason has said it himself a few times through MOA, or even Rex has said it a few times. It's like let's work with NECA directly, because NECA can move a lot quicker. Because if we work with land department directly and the 164 process is streamlined, then we can start designing and constructing with 20% drawings, because a lot of those other things, it's kind of out of our control. And that's kind of why we just put in our presentation, the 164, the land, empowering the land department. And that end of the day, what we wanted to assure you guys was that we're your construction company, we're your engineering company. So if funding NECA is what you guys desire through an MOA or design build contract, you're almost putting money in one hand and the other hand, because you still have complete control of it. And that's kind of my recommendation to you, kind of an overview, Mr. Smith. It kind of addresses Honorable Kealan Begay's question about what procedures and how can you expedite it. We can expedite engineering and construction, procuring material, and managing the supply chain, but the things that are within government is we don't have control of it. So that's kind of hopefully that helps out, Mr. Smith and Speaker. And we'll send follow-up questions to you too as well, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and thank you both for elaborating on that. Honorable Eugene So.
I'm sorry to say, but I will get on my LOC meeting here after I say something. As a Navajo Nation delegate, I'm beginning to have second thoughts. We are just in the way in utilizing the CARES fund. How long, I don't know. Just legislate to the executive branch, let them tackle it. Looks like the executive branch already is ready to use it. The Navajo Nation Council was appointed the top division directors and their council. The COVID-19 is not for talking, it's action. Now, why are we talking about raising rice, although I thought we're talking about shovel ready already now? All of us said, hey, all present about I thought in the house. He said, oh my God, we already did something forward to the president now. Let them tackle all these expense. Let them sort it out up there. That's what I'm thinking, or I'm going to sponsor legislation, though innocent on there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, any other comments, questions? If none, Thank you again. Then there. Thank you. I don't know if you have any last words, Bo, you Scrub, or any other staff that you guys have online.
Speaker Damon and members of the Navajo Nation Council and Navi Committee, I just wanted to close by saying thank you to all of you and thank you for all your efforts working through the CARES initiatives and packages and your thoughtful insights on how to really expedite the processes to really utilize it. And we're here for you. Again, I just want to close that we're your engineering construction company, and that's all we can do is provide engineering and construction recommendations, constructability. I know that Jason and his team in IHS have presented some shovel-ready projects, the 5-year plan that he presented yesterday. And if that's the direction you guys are going, we're in close contact with them as well to develop a plan. So again, I just want to close and say thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your day to present on behalf of NECA, on behalf of Carrie Patterson, Brett Grubbs, and myself. And Juno Shindahudit Aston Juno, the Naabik'iyati Waso, Hazon Sahakis, to Hadaini Juno Shin Juno, Nanisha the Dilni, to Kishin Dave Nisho, Nanishton Daz the Dolis. Ahoto de Kinchahasti to Lis Shananta, Tanosenigi Akat.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Nygren. Thank you, Mr. Grubbs and Mr. Patterson. Good to hear your voice again. Moving on down, Office of the Controller. Anyone online? Office of the Controller. Ms. Kirk, Mr. Willie. Office Controller, if there's none. Office of OMB. Mr. Bial, are you on the line? OMB. Again,
Speaker, while we're waiting for the next presenter, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm on the call. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure. Controller's coming on right now.
Okay. This is Pearlie, Third Controller. This is Abira.
I hear you clear.
All right, Jonah. Good morning, Yate Bene, Honorable Auto Speaker, members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Yate Bene, Auto Ikahat Shadawas Agi. I know one of my staff has emailed a quick PowerPoint presentation that we sent in, so hopefully Michelle or LaShawna got that and can disseminate.
The Honda? The red Honda?
Madam Controller, when did you send that over?
Just now, and I apologize.
Okay.
I can forward it.
Okay. Well, if that colleagues just got it here, we'll go ahead and send that out to everyone. Thank you, Madam Controller, for doing this.
Okay,
and your
thank
team.
you, and okay. Thank you, and I apologize. There's a lot of things going on right now, as you can imagine, but we try our best. So I will go ahead and start discussing the subject at hand, and then so there's a couple things I wanted to just jump in.
Thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You're helping people around the world communicate for free. Please enter your access code followed by the pound.
So I can go ahead and jump in and start talking about some of the important points that I think our office, would like to bring up. So last week there was an update on the Treasury guidelines specific to these CARES Act funds. So the 600 million last week advisory guidelines, frequently asked questions, and so forth. So essentially the important points I want to point out is that these funds are subject to the Single Audit Act. And so they're considered other financial assistance, and therefore the Single Audit Act applies. And there is what we call a CFDA number that is assigned. And so I just wanted to point that out. And then also more important, or just equally as important, regarding the single audit, is also the application of what we call the uniform guidance. And so there's a number of them that were specifically mentioned by Treasury, which are the 2 CFR Part 200, 200.303 in terms of internal controls. Although some of the other sections are regarding what we call sub-recipient monitoring and management, and then also subpart F regarding audit requirements. So those are very important things to know because, as you guys already know, the Navajo Nation does its annual audit, independent audit, and right now our auditors are Moss Adams. And we do two parts. We do the financial audit and we do the single audit. So we go through that exercise. Ado nek etiko ya jadi based on dan tehiki do chuida inigi so a nal kase ash hotao chuida in to that esata that hajo be elia da no she ya ade nata kase ko a audit or yanigi. So especially in terms of the Washington data audit based on the quiz energy so audit ya sa stop I could out audits those are important. So we go through the financial audit and the single audit. So Otto, if you recall, when those presentations are done normally in June all the way before the budgets get approved, at that point in time, we present those audit findings. So it really matters. I always say that's the nation's report card. And so in this situation, these monies, the $600 million, will be subject to the single audit as well. So I just want to make that clear. The other thing is there is a good possibility that the Inspector General for the Treasury Department, they did get, specific funds available to them for audits. So there's the possibility that the Inspector General for Treasury will be specifically auditing for these funds as well directly. So not only do we have to contend with the annual audit, single audit, but also potentially we'll have the IG perform specific program audits. And so being that we're one of the, are we the highest recipient, there's a good chance that that will happen. So I just want to also make it clear that the nation right now, we're considered high risk to our funding agencies because of our history. And although we have a nice downward trend in the number of audits or audit findings from our single audit, we're still high risk. And what that means is all of our funding awards are on a reimbursement basis, most of them. The only ones that aren't is the 638 funds. So, and then also some federal highway dollars. The rest are all reimbursement. So the nation fronts its general funds, and then we have to wait for a reimbursement and a drawdown to get the funds reimbursed from the funding agencies. So the reason why we are high risk is we have a number of audit findings. We also have weak, what we call internal controls. And so I just want to put it out there, make sure it's clear to leadership that these dollars, $600 million is a lot of money. And it's also a lot of money to ensure compliance on. And so it has long-term ramifications, long-term effects, because number one, if we don't spend it, the federal government can say, oh, you didn't spend it, therefore you probably didn't need it, and we're not going to give you as much, in the subsequent years. They can say that. The other thing is if, let's say we spend it for things that are not allowable, then we have audit findings, or we have audit findings for a number of reasons. Our nice downward trend in our single audit findings may go up. We may go back and swing back the other way. And that's not good. So I just want to, caution, everyone that the audit findings are very important. And that's why, and the reason why, and I can go into why I'm bringing all of this up, is we have to ensure compliance. Before the money goes out, before our office cuts a check or sends that ACH payment to vendors for goods and services that were delivered, we have to ensure that the nation complies with all applicable laws. And when I say all applicable laws, it means federal law. In this case, I just said the single audit applies, the uniform guidance applies, and so we're required to follow all of those things. We are also, in this case, required to follow CARES Act, Treasury guidelines. We are also required to follow generally accepted accounting principles, generally governmental accepted board standards, Those are all have to do with accounting, financial reporting, and audits. Although on top of all of those things, then we have our Navajo Nation laws. And we have procurement rules. We also have policies and procedures. So there's a lot that goes into this. And so, I'm going to my next slide, and I just want to make a point of emphasis on these funds. The nation is entirely going to be responsible for these funds. Treasury, if let's say, it gets misspent, Treasury will not look to whoever misspent it, let's say a chapter or an enterprise. They will look to the nation to recoup those dollars. And so I just want to make that clear. The other thing is, being that the last week's guidance that came out, and essentially Treasury said that the Single Audit Act applies. What that means is, let's say you have a subrecipient. Subrecipient could be your chapter or your enterprise. If they get more than $750,000 in a year, they expend that, they will also be subject to the single audit. So I just want to make that clear. Let's say gaming. If your gaming, gets some money and they spend it, then now they're subject to the single audit as well. So just because the Treasury will look to recoup from the nation, so, the nation will be responsible for monitoring its subrecipient. The nation is also responsible if the subrecipient misspends it. So I just want to make that clear as well. And then, as you guys are all aware, it has to be incurred between March 1st and December 30th. There are lots of people out there that are going to debate, and, they have varying interpretation in what incurred means, even non-accountants, non-auditors. At the end of the day, I will tell you, incurred, it just means what it says. You have to expend the funds to cover a cost within that period. My staff and I, we deal a lot with the various grants and funds that come in, all our external funds. The Navajo Nation, just to give you an idea, generally we have a ballpark figure of at least 4,000 grant agreements and contracts that we deal with any given time. That's a lot. We're the largest probably in the U.S., and we have to ensure compliance. Every one of those agreements are different. They have different terms and conditions, but most of them, they follow the uniform guidance. So I know I've made presentations in the past where programs, they essentially come before you and they say they're out of money. And lo and behold, they mean general funds. General funds are the most unrestricted funds in a governmental entity, as opposed to restricted funds, which are the external funds. Usually external funds, they have, I will call them strings attached. The feds will say, Navajo, in order for you to use this money, you have to do XYZ, follow our rules, essentially. So that happens a lot, 4,000 agreements. So we have to follow all these rules. So we understand what incurred means. We understand there's certain words that get thrown around. I've heard you can only encumber it by December 30th. That's not true. Because there are specific guidelines in the Treasury guidelines that says you cannot prepay. So we understand what a legal obligation is when the goods get delivered, when the services are rendered. Those are very specific. So we need to really be cautious about, what does expend mean? Expend means you got your goods, your services were rendered, and now you got to pay. So I just want to make that clear as well. So in terms of the CARES Act, as you guys are aware, there's 3 components. The necessary expenditure, the necessary expenditure incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to coronavirus COVID-19. There are some things I'm hearing, let's say your water projects, that meets that first number 1 criteria. But you may have problems meeting the other criteria, which is the, not accounted for in the budget most recently approved. There's varying interpretations on that. I take the conservative approach and say, if you budgeted for it, you haven't met number 2, and so there's splitting hairs interpretations. Some people think, well, Navajo has the comprehensive budget, as opposed to an appropriation under expenditure plan for CSIN, permanent fund, those types of things. But now it doesn't matter, we can debate all day on some of these things, but all that matters is how the auditors will see it, how the Inspector General for Treasury will see it. And because if they don't see it our way, then we have to pay that money back. So, and then also the incurred, language. So those are the main three. Some of them, I mean, you have to tie it to the public health emergency. You know, in some cases it might be a stretch, but at the end of the day, you have to weigh the options and say how much of a stretch is it to tie this to the public health emergency. So there are so in this case. Not only, as I mentioned before, not only do we have to deal with the specific criteria, which can be a little fuzzy, regarding the CARES Act, and then we have the Treasury guidelines, the FAQs that they issue. Some of it requires our ears plugged to the ground to certain people that are plugged into Treasury or OMB and so forth. As to what those interpretations mean. The other thing I just want to mention, the CARES Act and the Treasury guidelines, the tribes are being lumped into with state and local governments. So Treasury, when they issue guidelines, might not really distinguish in certain areas. For example, we are talking about what we call a payroll support program, and we can recoup some of those expenses that we've already paid, let's say payroll. But you can't double dip. So if we paid payroll for some individuals that were reimbursable by other grant funds, then we can't use the CARES money. But if we use general funds, we can recoup. We think we can recoup if it's 638 funds, because 638 funds are different. We have it until we expend it. So then it becomes a priority, like, 638 funds, we have it till we expend it. There's no December 30th deadline. So that's the exercise that needs to happen as well. So we have the CARES Act guidance and criteria, but then we also have the uniform guidance. So the uniform guidance is a little bit more broad in terms of what you cannot do but I say broad, relatively speaking, to the CARES Act. But generally, they have to be necessary, reasonable, allocable. You have to be consistent in everything. You have to follow the generally accepted accounting principle, etc. So there's a number of things that the uniform guidance provides overall that we must follow, in addition to CARES. And a lot of the federal grantees like us, like the nation, we're required to have a financial management system. And we do have that, and we have to maintain accounting records. We have to have processes, procedures, and so forth. And so that's what we call not the overall financial system, but also we have our internal controls. Those are all very important. And then also statutorily, our office is responsible for, essentially the fiscal management of the Navajo Nation. And so we're required to safeguard assets, that we maintain records, we have policies and procedures, we have an internal control system, and so forth. So I just want to make that clear. The reason why is I know I've just listened partially to NECA's presentation. They did talk about the 164 process. I have a different take on it. From the government standpoint, the 164 is really, it has its critics, right? Everybody complains and says it's a long process, it's tedious, things get stuck, etc. By sheer nature of our process, as big as we are, that is our process. And I just want to make clear that when we get audited by the auditors, they view the 164 as our internal control process. So the reason why is they like to see people, in this case, they like to see DOJ, OMB, OOC, business regulatory to look at those documents, get them reviewed and so forth before they're executed by the president. And before, even more importantly, before they, we make payments on those contracts. And so it is important from an auditor standpoint. If we don't have something like that, then everything's discretionary. Everything, we don't know who reviewed it and what's in these contracts, etc. We don't know if we're violating our own laws and so forth. So it gives it a structure and it gives it what we call control. So people who know about this stuff review it within their area, and and everything gets done before goods and services are delivered, and certainly before payment happens. So I just want to make a point of emphasis on the 164. That is our internal control feature, and the auditors do look at it. And so on the one slide, I was asked on the request to present to talk about our process. So on one slide, I didn't number my slides, but it looks like it's page 9. It's a nice, colorful slide. It's circular, and it talks about the external funds. So within OOC, sometimes people make the assumption that they submit their documents and then poof, it gets paid, soon right thereafter. But what happens within OOC is it hits our contract accounting section. They take care of the accounting for all the external funds. Those 4,000 grant agreements, contract agreements that the nation has, those are handled by this section. They do the accounting. So they know every agreement, what's allowed, what's not allowable, all the terms and conditions. And they have to, if a program comes in and they want to use a K account, those accountants review it and they say, is this allowable under the agreement? Is there, and they review the documents. They also check to see if there's funds availability. That happens first, then it gets kicked over to purchasing. Purchasing is responsible for compliance with the nation's procurement, which the federal government requires. Sometimes the federal government will say, here's our rules, Navajo, you must follow it. Or sometimes the federal government will say, Navajo, use yours. And so we have to follow procurement. And so if it's a contract, then the contract gets encumbered. If a contract is already set up, then the invoice and what we call a receiving record goes straight to purchasing. It doesn't go to contract accounting because it's already encumbered. So that's the process. The next stop after purchasing is everything goes to accounts payable. Their function is to do what we call a 3-way match or a 2-way match. And so they take the, let's say an invoice, a receiving record, and they'll make the payment off of those. So that is the last stop where, we ensure compliance at all levels. And so right after that, we have cashiers. Cashiers physically just takes care of the payment itself. They'll print the check, they'll mail it. If there's any issues with ACH, electronic funds transfers, those types of things that happen. So that's how a payment goes out within OOC. So I thought it would be helpful to kind of break down what happens along these processes. So in the next slide, we have a process that takes care of goods. And so we rely heavily on programs to work with us. And so a lot of times we do get blamed. And I have to admit, we did have a backlog, but, we don't have a backlog. And so there's always finger pointing. I get that. But we rely heavily on the programs to not only initiate a payment process, but they are involved in the process. So, for example, on the goods, there's a PR, purchase requisition, or an online 6B requisition, which is an electronic version. But generally, the requisition goes to contract accounting for approval, then purchasing, and then back to the program after purchasing issues a PO number, and then the goods get delivered, and then it finally goes back to OOC for purchasing, and then back to the process, and for the three-way match to happen. So that's, the process, and you'll see a little bit of the 6B process is similar, but everything's electronic. And so that's how I wanted to just explain the process for goods, procuring goods. On the services, I have a few. There's the regular process. A lot of it, the program, they have to initiate it. And this is we're talking about contracts now and the 164. So you get a contract together, and it has to go to business regulatory by Navajo law. And then it goes to DOJ, OPVP, and then it finally comes to us. By the time it comes to us, they want us to encumber the contract. Just as an example, recently we had some social services contracts. By the time it came to us, we saw insurance issues, and sometimes by the time it comes to us, there's no budget. So budget transfers need to be made. So the fact that we're at the end of the line or we're not involved in the front end poses problems. So my recommendation on this process is in the next line over is for us to be involved on the front end, and so that we can review for all of those. So by the time the president signs the contract, we're just setting up the contract in our system, encumbering the contract. So because a lot of times if we're at the end of the process, and we're expected to just encumber it, it doesn't make any sense because there's problems with it. So that's a good example, is the most recent social services contract example. So that's my recommendation, our recommendation. Currently, I have to add the emergency process, which is the next two on this slide. That's what was attached to the legislation. 115-20, right? And so we made comments on and recommendations, but I don't think they were put in. So the third line is what that process looks like. It's similar to the other process, except we don't have business regulatory, but it also allows for what we call a blanket purchase agreement. And that way, it's almost like a requirements agreement where, let's say for cleaning buildings, we can have a contract, and the contract is flexible enough so that we can use various business units. Let's say, OOC wants their office clean. Well, it uses a certain business unit, but legislative wants, its building clean, and then there's a specific business unit. So instead of going through the 164 process every time, you go through it once, and then you're just changing up the business unit with a memo. So that's what it allows for. Our recommendation was, because OOC contract accounting looks for the funds availability, we didn't think OMB review was necessary because at that point it's repetitive. So that was our comment. And that's our recommendation on that. So that's kind of our process here. And I guess most of what I'm saying is that what everybody views as hiccups or to try to expedite, we really cannot do that because there's laws, rules, regulations, whether federal or Navajo, they do exist. and there's no way around it. Otherwise, if we try to go around different things, it translates into audit findings, and that has long-term implications. So some of the other stuff, next to the last slide, I just want to go talk about barriers, constraints. We do have the time constraint, as everybody knows, and we also have a purpose constraint, because as I spelled out, we have to follow CARES Act, Treasury guidance. We have to kind of get in the minds of auditors to see if, you know, we can stretch these interpretations and survive audits. That's literally how, at least, I look at it. Accountability, like I said earlier, there usually ends up being a finger pointing between us and programs. Programs have a lot of responsibility. You know, they have to initiate contracts. They have to submit invoices. A payment cannot happen without the programs. And so we've had longstanding issues on, you know, holding them accountable. I would like to see more accountability, because from our office, we see everything. We see how certain programs do make the same mistakes year after year. They, you know, I'll use social services as an example. We see those same things, those contract issues every year at the same time. And it doesn't need to be that way, but it is. And meanwhile, vendors, you know, they're hurting. They're, you know, by the time March happens, a contract should have been done by January. Had they did it on time, then we wouldn't have unhappy vendors. A lot of times, programs like Head Start will have their invoices for a whole year before they submit it to us. And meanwhile, we're getting blamed, and I'm sitting there saying, tell me who to write a check to and for how much. It's as simple as that. But as long as I don't know, because programs have their invoices at their office and not my office, we're gonna still have those problems. So my one big thing about the $600 million is, what about programs' capacity? If we normally have problems with them, they need help too, just like how OOC would need help too. And so they need to be really proactive in pushing some of these documents through. And it's not just at the forefront, it's also during the payment process. Let's say on a contract, they bring in their contract, it gets set up, everything's kosher, everybody reviews it, gets signed, we set it up. Every month, they have to submit their receiving report and invoice. If they don't do it, we can't pay it. We can't pay it blindly. So we rely on them to come in and bring those documents in, and then we can make payment. So it's an integral two-way street. So I just want to bring up the capacity on their behalf, because I think sometimes they need help. And then there's also, OOC is also subject to other bottlenecks. For example, if, you know, I say it's a two-way street, programs need to keep track of their budgets and how much they're spending. A lot of times they don't do it. They don't reconcile on their side, and so they don't know how much money they have that's available to spend. If that's the case, let's say they're not reconciling, then when it comes to us, they give us that invoice and we're going to go pay it, but yet there's not enough budget available. And then we have to wait for them to do a budget transfer. So there's bottlenecks elsewhere. I'm going to bring another example, PAF. When you hire someone, payroll can't pay unless DPM updates the PAF in the system, there's a budget available, and then before it comes to us. Meanwhile, the employee is really frustrated calling us, but we're at the mercy of, you know, the program themselves submitting a PAF, the everything getting inputted into HRIS by DPM, and if there's a budget transfer involved, then we have to wait for all of that to happen. So those are some of the bottlenecks that we see on the process. So I just want to point out that we're the last in line is usually what I say. So, things happen before us that we depend on. So that's where I say it's a two-way street. And the reason why I want to bring that up also is we have to have internal controls, because you do not want us paying something out without those reviews and the controls in place. And the federal government does not want us to do that as well. So that's why internal controls are important. So last, I'd like to touch up a bit on what I think we need. We did some preliminary analysis. I think we need to increase our capacity here. We have concerns about, getting bombarded in the month of December, let's say, or November, and we're trying to spend all this money. So we do need employees, however way we need to expedite that. We do need office space for additional employees. We do need technology up there. OOC has been open throughout this government shutdown. I think we've done a heck of a job with our skeleton crew. Nobody missed out on their payroll yet. We keep getting the bills paid, even though we do get scared, and my staff is scared at times. So we are forced to work from home in some cases. For example, my payroll section, they have the ability to work from home. So we try to minimize everyone coming to the office. But given that we've managed the last couple months to telework, what I envision is we'll continue to do that, even if the government opens back up. But I know we need additional people, we need additional space, we need additional monies for computers, for scanners, for phones. It's very hard to force people to work from home when they don't have the internet connection or the connection is slow. So, but we managed to get a lot of work done the last couple months. The other thing that is really helpful is overtime. We need an overtime budget. And then lastly, I just want to say with the CARES Act, you really have to get in the minds of the auditors. And what that means is you have to be proactive. We are going to have to be proactive in setting up some of these things. For example, I'll give another example. For, let's say, small business financial support, you have to set up a program, and then you have to, come up with a methodology and a criteria, whether that's an application program, and then you have to let everybody apply and across the board, and then you cut them a check, Those all have to be documented. You have to come up with those policy and procedures. Another example, your payroll support program, the Treasury guidelines talk about that. For example, right now we can recoup some of those general funds and 638 funds that we paid out in payroll.
Number 7, please.
Okay. I want some lunch too. So that payroll program has to be documented, and it has to be put in place, and we have to connect the dots to the CARES Act requirement. We have to sit there and define the employees that mitigate the spread of, COVID-19, the ones that are substantially dedicated to, fighting COVID-19, which ones are they, and we have to create that program. And a component of that program is our special duty pay. We have to define and go by, their definition of hazard pay. Their definition of hazard pay is not the same as the special duty pay. So we may not recoup all of that information, those expenses that we've already incurred. So those are the things we have to set up in our policy and procedures. So there's a lot of work done. So we will need to, make sure those are documented so that they're audit ready. So those are some of the things that we kind of brainstorm so far, and so we just wanted to present that as well. So I believe that's what I have so far this morning. Ado Shahat.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Controller. That's it, right? Presentation?
Yes, that is it. Oh.
Okay. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Thank you for you and your team putting that together. That gave some really good outsides and really good recommendations too as well, not only on some of the barriers, but most importantly, the initiatives that we still have to remember that these dollars are going to be audited. And I do agree with you. With us being the largest recipient of these funds, we're probably going to be the ones with the most micro individuals looking at us through a microglass in order for us to go ahead and try to get through this. So with that, colleagues, is there any comments, questions for the Madam Controller? I don't have anybody. Anybody online? Nobody once.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Madam Chair Crotty, go ahead.
Thank you, Controller, for the report. I think it's important that the Navajo Nation leadership understands our responsibility and judicial duty. We do have some challenges with ongoing audits, and so that should be a concern in terms of how we continue to support our internal mechanisms. But I do agree that there has to be some capacity building. What I didn't hear from the Controller is then what is that estimation in terms of building up not only your unit, but we'll hear from OMB and other programs. I think that's where we need to talk about is what does that look like? Give us some guidance in terms of what does that look like, how we do.
Hello? Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, are you still there?
I'm still here. I asked my question.
Okay. I thought I might have lost you at the end there. Okay. Well, let me go back to Madam Controller.
Thank you, Speaker.
So, ado shadeja Delegate Crotty, ade benaitin shkidigi. So we have, we're still looking at the details on what we think it will cost us. We have ongoing discussion internally on that with my staff. So some of the things that I obviously would be, the human capital is a big thing. We kind of yesterday was talking about how many more staff we would need, and we came up with the 50, but because understandably this is a big undertaking. Just to give you some numbers, I believe in the month of October, what was your numbers, Gerald? In the month of October, AP processed
54 million.
54 million?
Yeah.
In the month.
I can get the information right now.
Okay. So our normal capacity is a certain amount, and I just remember thinking if we were to spend 100 million per month for 6 months, our load quadruples. Not only dealing with the existing capacity that we normally process, but add another 100 on top of that, our load quadruples. And just to kind of give you an idea. And so we're constantly trying to analyze that. I think the last time we had to put a number to it, just even a ballpark, it was 15 to 20 million. And that's just like the Christmas list, you know, going way, I call it conservative, meaning like we're going big. So not only do we have to pay the people we need to hire, and we need to hire essentially your data entry type, you know, and so forth. But also we were thinking of a satellite office, you know, because we have limited capacity at this building, and not to mention social distancing. Although we can do a lot of telework, and our staff, like I said, does a good job. The other cost, which is a big cost, technology. The FMIS system, even on an annual basis. Dominic, can you mute your phone, please? We can hear you. I say that with tongue in cheek. So anyways, technology is a huge amount because on any given year, we really invest a lot of money in FMIS. We have to maintain licenses. So if we increase the, for example, if we increase the licensing for FMIS for certain software, then it increases when we have people teleworking. So, and then if we have programs who, you know, have access, you know, we have to take all of those into consideration, because our office does administer the financial system. It does not go through DIT. So I'm talking about, you know, laptops, you know, the ability to work from home. So we've done those, you know, discussion and analysis. And then also, of course, you know, we can do interim audit work. Right now, we are working on the FY19 audit. And if we can incur, and it is allowable for the CARES Act funds to be used for the audit as well. And then anything else that we need to outsource, we can, you know, those are what we were discussing as far as the $15 to $20 million figure. So, and understandably, just so you guys know, it is a huge undertaking. It's $600 million. It's got to go through our processes, and it's got to go through knowing that we will get audited. We got to follow all the rules. And so when we do get audited, you know, we're not sitting there with a bunch of audit findings. Just because, like I said, it has a long-term effect. And so these funds are like, you know, aren't free money, and they're not without strings attached. So it is a big accounting and audit risk exercise. So I just want to make it clear. So if I had to give them numbers, that's the number that we've kind of preliminarily discussed internally. So hope that helps. Yeah.
Thank you. that information at the update in response to Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and Controller. Is there any other comments, questions at this time to the Controller, her and her team in reference to the presentation that was given? If there are none.
Chairman, this is Vice Chairman.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the report. I was trying to follow along on the PowerPoint and got it open after you were getting close to the closing remarks. However, my concern is I keep hearing audit. Hey, wait down, beta. Audit, no. When there's an audit, it's just a tool to ensure that we are in compliance. And if we're in compliance, then there should be no scare of no audit. So if we're doing things accordingly, then we shouldn't be scaring ourselves by saying, yeah, audit. Even the chapters say that. The chapters are afraid of audit, but that's just a mechanism of that accountability and that we're doing things accordingly. The other one is what OOC needs. Need approximately 50 FTE, full-time employees. Background check. It's going to take forever. 50 employees, reoccurring. They're always talking about that recurring budget. Is that going to be waived? Because you got to pay these employees, especially if they're full-time employees. Need expedited hiring, ability to hire on contracts. Is the controller open for just contracting this whole CARES Act out to a firm? Because I heard earlier that if we spend $1 million per month, you know,
it happens. Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Speaking.
We lost you there toward the end.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, my concerns is the expediting of hiring, background checks. That's going to take forever. And are we looking into contracting out? Because the CARE Act is going to be one of the things that's going to be demanding. And and I heard earlier that we can't encumber. We got to have these payments paid. We got to have these contracts paid out. Is OOC capable of doing that at $1 million per month? If we do get these contracts or spending the money. And I agree that there needs to be additional people, but the turnaround rate is so high over at OOC. And I know that some of them aren't getting overtime, and that's why they're even afraid to come back to work. How are we going to address that? Those are a couple of my concerns. Are we going to let OOC, how is OOC envision this? Is OOC capable of doing this, or do we need to contract out? Because there is talk about that in the proposal for the expeditionary funds, that coronavirus or the CARES Act monies has been provided for us. That's my question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That, Madam Controller, I don't know if you have any insight on that.
Oh, so I'm not sure, it doesn't sound like you heard all of my presentation. So in terms of the audit, it does matter. It matters to a governmental entity such as the Navajo Nation. Currently, we are considered high risk by our funding agencies. So various federal agencies, they do see what we call the Federal Clearinghouse. So every year when we go through the audit, and you're on the Budget and Finance Committee, so you're aware of the process. So the Navajo Nation's single audit gets uploaded into the Federal Clearinghouse in the end of June. That audit, usually they audit what they call major programs that the nation has. So they're independent, so we have no say in how they form their opinions and how they come up with these audit findings. Those audit findings is what I call the nation's report card. So we should care about it, and they do, and they are important, because right now, because the nation's path, it has been a high risk for a number of years. I don't think we ever been not high risk. Maybe I'm wrong, but when you're high risk, you don't get the money up front. You get the money until you prove up that you did everything right, and then you can do your drawdown. So you have to have the mechanism in place to ensure that you are complying with everything. And earlier I went through all the various rules and regulations that the nation has to abide by. So when we get federal dollars, essentially we sign our life away, so to speak. We say, on one hand, we get the money, but on the other hand, we are subject to the federal government and how they say we should spend the money and what mechanism we should have in place, which is our internal controls, and what we cannot spend money on, how we do it, and so forth. So unfortunately, for us to agree to spend the federal government's money, we have to abide by what they tell us. And so those audit findings are important. It's no different than, I understand on the chapter side, they get scared, but when they run into trouble, they also get sanctioned. So think in terms of the federal government, it's analogous to what the federal government can do to the nation. And the types of things they can do, they can pull funding. They can say, oh, you didn't use these monies, Navajo Nation, or the state of New Mexico and Arizona. They do that for Daltech because Daltech doesn't spend their money. So in future years, it can have an impact. Although if you don't, when you have audit findings, then they still keep you on a reimbursement basis, but they hover over you. That's why we have corrective action plans for these audit findings. And so they pretty much have their hand in there to tell you what to do, how to spend it, what kind of process you have. So audit findings are important. Although, in terms of what the OOC needs, we do have a need for full-time employees, probably temporary, specifically for, between now and December. We are capable. We have a great financial system, that is the FMIS. There's a lot of critics on that, but it is the system. It's working. It's fine. A lot of things can be electronic. For a number of years, we've been trying to get a lot of things automated. So we have the ability to do this. We need human capital, which is people. We need people. We don't do the hiring. DPM does the hiring. So I'm asking for help to expedite that process, whether that means the nation can now, let's say, contract 50 people out. I'm sure there's people that got laid off, especially accountants. Even better if they're Navajo, and we train them and we put them in. And so with the additional workforce, we have to find a place, we have to find computers, and so forth. So that's what we're asking. I still prefer the background check because we deal with money, we deal with financials, and they are sensitive positions. And I believe it's not so much of a hiccup. If done right, you can get a background check, within a week. So there used to be high turnover. We made a number of changes to keep our people here, including reclassifications and so forth. And I'm sure every other program division is experiencing scared employees that do not want to come back. We're essential. We're required to work. If I have employees that don't want to come back, I say we still got to get the job done. We're essential. So I believe we can handle this. As to the question on outsourcing, I'm glad you asked that question. A lot of times people talk about outsourcing without asking me and what I think about it. So here's my chance. So a lot of people think outsourcing is the answer, namely because a lot of times people come from a place where payroll has been outsourced. Myself, I've worked with another tribal enterprise, and we outsourced our payroll. Payroll, it works. People have heard of ADP paychecks and so forth. Instead of having a payroll function in-house, you're giving it to ADP. Unfortunately, in specific to payroll, you have your time and attendance, meaning your punch card. So as long as you have a good punch card, then the payroll function can be outsourced. And, you're not trying to do it in-house, dealing with time cards and so forth. That's what people, to the extent a person have experience in outsourcing, that's the extent of the experience. And so, unfortunately, you cannot make that analogous to what we do. So if I outsource something, pretty much that's just a payment function. So wherever you're outsourcing, if somebody says, controller, you must outsource, we still have to go through that same exercise. So in my PowerPoint where I said there's contract accounting, there's purchasing, there's AP, those things will still need to happen. So you're really not doing much in outsourcing, maybe just printing the checks and sending out payment, which equivalent on my PowerPoint is what cashiers does. But other than that, the other function still needs to happen. So even if you outsource it, for someone to get on a learning curve to do all the things we need to do that needs to happen to ensure compliance, that thing still needs to happen. And someone coming in being an outsider saying, yeah, outsource it to me, has no idea what all the rules they need to comply with before payment happens. So I'm very cautious about that discussion when people start saying we should outsource, because it's still, now is not the time to outsource something because there's still a learning curve if somebody, an outside company is going to do it. Most people, they'll come in and say, yeah, I'll help you, but the function they're talking about is just a payment function, which really doesn't take anything off our plate. So I just want to make that clear. if I were to outsource things, like I said, we can use some of the money to do interim audit work for FY 2020. That's one. The other stuff is, remember all the policy and procedures that I said needs to go in place so that when we do get audited, we're prepared. That upfront work needs to happen. The other thing, which I think in the legislation, whether the 115-20 or 116-20, there is some verbiage in there about some sort of compliance monitoring, and that can be outsourced as well. So there's some outsourcing that can be done, but certainly in terms of payment, I don't really think we can outsource it. Keep in mind the payment side. If you're spending millions of dollars, your number of payments might be different than the sheer value. Or we're talking about $600 million, but if we're going to make millions of dollars in one transaction, that might be a little different than running really small transactions through the system. So keep in mind, if you're handing out big contracts, then that's a few big contracts as opposed to a lot of little purchases. So those also need to be taken into consideration. So that's kind of what I have. So for example, if there's, let's say there's a financial assistance program that you put through, and we're talking about 100,000 people, that's we have the ability to do some of those things regarding like your TANF uploads and so forth. So versus multi-million-dollar contracts, and there's a few of them. So those are distinctions that we need to make as far as processing 600 million. So I think that's all I have to add regarding your question, Shache. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam Controller. That, colleagues, any other questions? Once, twice, three times.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Honorable Brown, go ahead.
Well, I've been in and out of the phone call. Sorry, my phone dropped a couple of times. But anyways, thank you, Speaker. Other my colleagues, Shananta, Automatic Controller. I have a question on the legislation 0115-20. I understand that President, vetoed the legislation on the last day, the 10th day. If I'll look through my email when it was sent over, but my question to Controller is, if President signed when the Speaker's office gave the legislation after Council approved it, so we would have been spending the CARES Act funding. We could have been literally saving lives. I just was at a family where practicing social distancing. We have a family, then a number of families in my communities where we have a family that lives in a really remote area. Now the family tested positive, so they need another house because it's multi-generational. And what they need is sanitation. So we try to get them as much sanitation stuff as possible because they don't have running water and electricity. So I was wondering when we would have been able to start using the funding on, I need vitamin C and zinc to our constituents out here. That makes a huge difference. I need sanitation stuff, hand sanitizer, Lysol, and then solar panels, so we can get these families, maybe if they can have some sort of system, even buckets for them to wash their clothes and to hang it up, and to really reduce the spread of COVID-19? When is the first day we would have been able to have start using the CARES Act funding? That's my question. What would have been the first day? And since then, how many people have we lost since we would have been using the funding? Thank you.
Controller, we'll go back to you.
Okay. Yeah, additional audit the 19 Delegate Brown. This all the things by Yamshigi, those are the things that I think the money can be spent for, because those are the immediate needs. Although the CARES Act, the Treasury guidelines, all of those. Audit base of bit of Nashim Beniya, Korea. So because by Yamshio Ani could the Naya Titahoni, the cotton sagi, but the head neto, Binago, so Kotahoni, Koho, Asian Benina, a Koho, Ado, Kadeya. Under the CARES Act, March 1st, all the way to December 30th, so even when the day after we got it, we could be recouping some of those dollars that we've already incurred. So technically, I mean, any expenses we've incurred on March 1st, we could essentially recoup those ourselves. And as mentioned earlier, somebody said, I don't consumel, I don't negate nel, based on how one just nel, Auto CARES Act necessary expenditures incurred to the public health emergency. So even in the Treasury guidelines, for example, temporary medical facilities, economic development, and then it really tells you what it can be spent on. So, but at the end of the day, as you are aware, we have our internal process. So you can't just spend it internally, we have to have it appropriated. And so, and I don't know how many, except other than what is publicly known, as far as from our NDOH epicenter and so forth, as to the statistics. But I just want to, I think that's, all I can say on that. Oh, Shahab.
Okay. That, we'll move on down. We have a new player. Chairman So, what's yours?
Speaker, can you put me on the list as Delegate Halona?
Okay. Chairman Daniel So, are you on the line? Chairman Daniel So. That, let me go on down. Honorable Halona.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues that are still on the line, and also Ms. Kirk, thank you very much for that presentation. It was kind of hard to follow, but I think I've got most of the information right. I want to know, have you had a chance to review the legislation 11520? Because most of that legislation was passed into law, and there was only 2 small areas that were vetoed, line item vetoed on it. And I just want to know if you had a chance to review that, and how can we proceed with trying to get some programs taken care of and start to spend some of that money, or get some legislations in place to start with trying to spend some of that fund. That's my question.
Speaker Damon.
Let me go back to, I guess, Madam Controller, let me go over to Chairman So, and then I'll come back to you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now you can hear me. Basically, again, along the same lines as Honorable Halona, and more to Legislative Council. Okay. What was 0115-20? The major part of that has become law. The only part was in question is the line item vetoes. And so 0116, if passed, would develop legislation that is contrary to the main part of 0116 or CMY 44-20. So that's the part that I think we really need to address. And I'd like to ask Legislative Council Dana Bobroff, is my thinking along those lines correct? The other is thank you to OOC, Ms. Kirk, and appreciate your position that we do need to be accountable. And certainly the money's in the bank, but we have to make sure we appropriate and expend it in a lawful and dutiful manner. And I appreciate your position. And that particular part about the controller oversight is very necessary, as well as the committees of the council to have oversight. That is of paramount importance. The reason I'm saying that is right now we have a Health Command Operations Center. That's supposed to be independent. However, we have items within those that command center where it's not being, I guess, the intent and purposes of some of these supplies is not meeting the needs of the people. They're being stockpiled somewhere. And we as a council, we as members of the council have no say-so on how we can best get those supplies that are needed by the people out to them. And we don't want that to happen with this CARES Act monies. So those are a statement that really I need answered, and that way I can best address it with how I present it to my constituents. Thank you.
I guess the first questions, I don't know if I have, is Miss Dana Barbroff on the line?
Speaker, I am, and unfortunately, I walked out of the room for the only time this morning when Chairman So was asking the question. So if it could be restated, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right. 0115 is adopted. And only two certain parts are line item vetoed. And the majority of the opinion of the council is line item veto only applies to budgetary items, actual appropriation. And through your advice, we've realized that. Okay, so the major part of what turned out to be CMY 44-20, that has the effect of law. And so to even consider 0116-20 to create a conflicting legislation that's already lawfully adopted. The question is the major parts of CMY 444. Is my thinking correct that that is the rule of law right now? Except for those parts where there is a question on the line item veto.
Speaker, Chairman So, yes, it is OLC's position. We've already talked about a lot about the inappropriate use of the line item veto. But nonetheless, all parts of the CMY 4420 that were not line item vetoes are operable, and they're Navajo Nation.
Okay. Madam Controller, I know that there was questions directed at you too as well, all from Honorable Helena and Chairman So.
Let's see. Okay. Delegate Helena, it looks like your question was, have I read 0015-20, and then also the question on how to expedite spending. I did read that legislation, and I believe that
I'm back.
Okay. I believe that there was an expedited budget process as well, so there's a number of things in there, but I think we just need to follow the process. I know we've been we were working on a template as well, that a few of us have met on and so forth. So essentially, in terms of the programs, you just start the process. And then also, Delegate Chair you have to get with the HCOC and all of those things. I think everybody just needs to get on board and start spending if programs have the the ability to assess the needs out there, and there are needs out there, then, that's what we need to do. I know there's also the emergency procurement as well. That's something I think will be helpful. I used that example earlier on some of these contracts, especially for the needs. Let's say your cleaning services, maybe even have, there's certain services that can be expedited if we follow the blanket purchase agreement process as well. So that's how we would go about it. I think one thing that is important is to, on things that we know for sure we can spend these monies on, then that's not a problem. We are going to get requests. I know you guys will get requests on things that aren't allowable, or somewhere in between there's a gray area. And so those gray areas are things that I just want to emphasize that we, the Navajo Nation, needs to document those and put in mechanisms, methodology, criteria in place so that we can essentially meet audit requirements. So those things need to happen, and they will take time. For example, earlier I mentioned payroll support program. We've been incurring what I think are expenditures that the nation can recoup from these funds since March. And but we now know 2-3 months later that we have to have certain things in our policy, and so those things need to be developed so we can do the necessary reimbursement to ourselves from the different funds. So that work needs to happen. So and there are a lot of things out there that we have to put in place just so we can meet the criteria that CARES Act has and the Treasury guidelines have. So, and I just want to say that our office, by nature, we have to be objective. I don't try to be political. I try, because we deal with money, and under Navajo law, we essentially have to be immune from political pressure. We try to be objective in these fiscal matters, and that's for a reason. Because the last thing a government needs is for this office to get political. So the reason why I bring that up is where there is certain interpretation, let's say legal interpretations are different. What we try to do is try to take a step back, and I'm conservative. We have to be, and you'll hear me use the word conservative, meaning I will not stick out my neck out for something when I know that it's better for me to just sit back and wait until there's clear guidance or clear interpretation. The lawyers do their job and so forth. Wherever there is contradiction on things and so forth. So, I just want to put that out there, because we're not going to go and do something when it's going to come bite us back later. So that's, by nature, that's what we have to do in terms of the financials and expenditures and so forth. So I just want to, add that as well. So I think that's what I have in terms of the questions. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Barbara?
Speaker, this is Dana. I am back on, and I have no idea why my phone dropped off when it did. I apologize for that. Let me just add one last thing as far as CMY 4420 goes. There is a meeting this afternoon between the Controller's Office, OMB, DOJ, myself, and we are continuing to work on the model template for the expenditure plans as instructed under CMY 4420. So we are operating that it is effective law. Thank you, Speaker. I hope that helped.
Great. Thank you, Dana. I don't have anybody else. Anybody else out there referring to the controller's presentation this morning have any comment or question?
Comment, Speaker.
Mahalona?
Yeah, so if that 115 is in place, then do we need to start striking legislation for the stuff that we want to move forward with? Is that how we're gonna start spending this CARES Act funding?
Yes, and that's the reason why, well, one, we're having these work sessions so we can get the information on what delegates are wanting to sponsor and putting together in the expenditure plan. And then today's was just is to hear more of how we can cut the red tape, like let's say if it's a water project, or even just getting simple dollars out as quickly as possible, and bypassing certain requirements. And those items that are going to be needed to be waived have to be put into the expenditure plan so that we can go ahead and waive those initiatives or those policies in order for us to go ahead and move forward. So that's the reason why we're having today's discussion. And that's why Madam Controller is here to bring up some recommendations too as well.
Okay, if that's the case, then we need to really get started on working on a piece of legislation for the personal protective equipment, as where it's stated in that 116. But of course, we can use that. But how do we move forward with that? Can we start drafting a legislation for that funding?
That's something that you can work together with Ms. Barbara, but again, there in the presentations that have been given, there's each of these presentations are broken down. So you wouldn't have to just do one legislation for PPE. You could do one united legislation that gives everything. Like, let's say, take for example, the Department of Public Safety has numerous different initiatives in what they're wanting to draw down from this CARES Act. One of those items is PPE. So rather than just doing one legislation for each item, the goal is to just pass one legislation so that each one of these can go ahead and move forward as quickly as possible so that they can start the process.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, that's what I was referring to actually, is for one complete legislation for PPE for all the departments. That's going to be a big order. We need to get started on that somehow. Thank you, Speaker.
Any other comments, questions? If not, we do have Office of Management and Budget, Department of Justice, and Department of Natural Resources still this morning. We do have Bureau of Indian Affairs coming on at 1 o'clock, so we're a little behind schedule, colleagues.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Vice Chair. A quick question. Yesterday we had B&F meeting, and in there I asked a question about the appropriations, and the reason why it was line item veto. That was my question on that 0116-20. In there it says, this shall not be considered as an appropriation. My question was, if considered as appropriation, and we do pass that accordingly, appropriation, then the line item veto is null and void. Because the line item veto was only for budget purposes. Back in 2009, I think it was, if I recall, the referendum to give the president authority for budget purposes only and funding only. This is CARE Act, it's an emergency funding. And there it was stating that it will not be considered as appropriate.
Mr. Smith,
Go ahead.
we lost you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. Anyway, what I'm asking is, I'm hoping that Legislative Council is listening, because I asked that question yesterday, and that's the reason why he utilized the line item veto on this to say that it was a part of that appropriation. I've lost my train of thought. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that CMY-44-20 has been line item vetoed, and he's saying that the voice of the people must not be ignored because it does not recognize the line item veto authority. And earlier we had discussed that on 116-20, saying that in that legislation it says that it will not be considered as an appropriation. Therefore, Title 12 is not applicable, I guess you could say, in shorter terms. So my question was yesterday was, if that's the case, then that is a questionable on behalf of the line item veto. Thank you.
Speaker, if I might, as I responded and DOJ responded yesterday to Delegate Smith's question, that it's very complex, but I look at it this way, is just because you say the sky is green doesn't mean it is. So just by the fact that saying they wanted to say this is not an appropriation from a legal basis that may not hold water. The other thing, though, is the fact that it's not an appropriation. I believe that was deleted in one of B and F's amendments yesterday. But Vice Chair Smith, we are working on an analysis. As you know, the line item veto has never been in front of a court, so there's not a much out there other than varying interpretation. So that's what I can share it now. Right now, as soon as we get a definitive answer, we will get it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. Colleagues, any other questions for the controller right now? If there's no other questions for the controller, thank you very much, Madam Controller, to you and your team for putting together that presentation. There might be times when we come back and ask for your assistance again. So thank you very much for putting that information together.
Okay.
Oh, with that, moving on down, Office of Management and Budget.
Speaker.
Yes.
Delegate Daniel. So I guess in my perspective is the peso CARES Act peso yeah as this bigit hazel yago ngeil sos ado say ya the peso this speech ja igi wait Hachato. O quaggy appropriation agedo. Digit a peso hatahedi. Adoti nenet ot needed. She a quaggy appropriation egi over needed either. A quaggy. I see a need quidget legislation 0116. Sahot Katelian which 0115 egi a thought is on to me. A quaggy beast, stoigi a appropriation. A law to leak a the expenditure plan, but to leak without me. A quaggy has all about in the leak, be has on it, yeah. A quaggy 116 need that none so. Out of out, oh, yeah, yes, you. It's out of order. Onsen cut. Job on Sissa Kezo. Siciliazer, Vice Chair Smith, she would up on this case. What aid? Hajo and or link doesn't then go. Yeah, legislation. CMY 4420. Into that you know, legislation does those sos. She cut what cut wicked beast key. Quaggy has all about when it's in the League 116 yeah, CM 44-20. Your cash. DGA has all about what it's in the list based on the underneath Leniki. Has all the list doesn't know Quaggy amendment to amend CMY 44-20. Given the children's story. Without sato bahasi tole. Sikado sa the case and without bansasa case to oyo to project on ni ratit ahe. I see project Peshbangs under the whole Tahaja Arjun he Peshbangs on ye Hajigi what and Harlan shit. The neck echo Sadigi without Behasti Ole. Thank you, Speaker, other delegates.
Thank you for that question, and that's something I think that that Ms. Barbroff can bring up this afternoon, even the controller at this afternoon's meeting. So thank you very much, Daniel, so for that information. That, colleagues, if there's nobody else, again, OMB, are you on the line?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman. I've been trying to text you. I wanted to ask a question to Controller.
Okay, go ahead. Madam Controller.
Madam Controller.
Oh, she's still there. I think she's still on.
Oh, I'm still here.
Yeah, Cecilia, and thank you, Madam Controller, for the information that you provided. I do want to state on the record here, while we are in work session, that we will be inviting you to the Law and Order Committee meeting on Friday at 9 o'clock in the morning. As you are aware, the President recently vetoed legislation to give $2 million to the Department of Public Safety. My understanding from reading the press release is that he said $4 million was going to be coming from BIA regional office that would take care of the need for public safety. Unfortunately, we are getting emails from police officers who have informed us that they have not been paid their overtime since the last fair, which I'm going to assume was probably Shiprock Fair or Tuba City Fair. So some of the questions that came up before Law and Order Committee is the questions regarding the $4 million. That was the reason why the president vetoed the $2 million that council unanimously voted in favor for. We know that first responders are a priority and they need to be paid. My understanding is they have not been paid overtime, nor have some of them not received their hazard pay. They are reaching out to the committee and their morale has gone down. And it's very frustrating to hear that nobody is aware of this $4 million that supposedly is coming from BIA. So I do want to state that we are going to be requesting your attendance at the Law and Order Committee meeting on Friday to get more information on this. And more importantly, we need to get our first responders paid. My understanding, we did have Tanya Vicente from Department of Human Resources on the line. She referred a majority of the questions that the committee had to your office, Office of the Controller. She was not able to answer any of the questions concerning the BIA money, what the purpose of those monies are, where it's at in the process, who is making the payment, what are the stipulations in regards to the payment, where is the documentation that confirms the share to be given to Navajo Department of Public Safety, and also in regards to their special duty pay. So again, we thought that we would get some answers by the Department of Human Resources by Perfilia Fowler, but she sent Tanya Vicente to answer questions that she couldn't answer. And again, a lot of these questions were referred to your office, Madam Controller. So I am hoping that you can share with us on Friday
Madam Chair, are you still there? Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Speaker, I'm back on.
Okay.
I apologize. So Madam Controller, I have no idea where I dropped off the call, but just to be clear, we need answers. We need to know whether that $4 million is being paid to our Navajo Department of Public Safety, because we have been told as a committee that there is no money coming in, and I don't understand why there was mention of $4 million coming in from BIA. So again, we know that that your office does control the monies that do come in, and I'm hoping that you can give us a report on that $4 million and whether that $4 million will be used to pay for our first responders. So with that, Speaker, I don't have any questions in particular aside from the information. We just got off the Law and Order Committee meeting, and this is the information that was shared with us by the Department of Human Resources. So we will be calling all of the departments who do have a hand in this $4 million. Again, we need to get our first responders paid. And my understanding from the officers who have reached out to me and to the various committee members is that they have not been paid their overtime and they have not been paid hazard pay because they have nothing in their budget right now that will be able to assist them during this time. So with that, Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Controller, I look forward to your presentation on Friday. Thank you.
I can answer, Speaker.
Okay, go ahead, Madam Controller.
All right. Delegate Charles Newton, Deja, Benidin Kidigi. So it sounds like the questions, number one, the president vetoed the $2 million. Elahade no tahagi ebenaidir kid, and that looks like to be there is $4 million from the BIA, and the recipient of those dollars is Vital Records, and that's specific for the needs of COVID-19. So depending on what the scope of those are. And Vital Records have been looking at some of the expenditures. So they're the ones that administer those funds. And so if they want to, if it's within the scope and it needs to go through the process and they need to expend those monies for, let's say, PPEs, then that needs to happen. So in terms of overtime having not been paid, so our office pretty much deals with the request that comes in, but before those requests comes in, it's up to the department to, initiate that process and then get the request into our office. Of course, as with any payments that, goes through our office, it has to be subject to funds availability. And so that's probably where public safety is saying that they have no monies to budget. I will let you know, I've been talking to my contract accounting section that the, is it public safety? Mm-hmm. Public safety does have 638 funds. So depending on the scope of those funds, if they can be covering payroll and so forth, those funds can be used. For fiscal year 19, according to our records, they have 11 million and some. And then also for fiscal year 2020, they have not used or expend any of those dollars. They do have 26 million. So I just want to make that clear. So Otto, in terms of special duty pay, so the policy was set up, and initially we had to define what that policy looked like. There are varying interpretations of what hazardous pay means, and certainly in the context of CARES Act, they do define what hazard pay means. But the Navajo Nation special duty pay policy procedures that were put in place stems from the Personnel Policies Manual. Under the Personnel Policies Manual, it says you can do on-call and so forth. And so stemming from the PPM, therefore, DPM, our payroll, myself, DOJ, we came up with the procedures. Initially, those procedures had all the relevant people who were quote-unquote essential, they were eligible. But as time went by, some departments and so forth declared themselves essential. So now you can imagine we have more departments coming forward saying, well, they're essential. So we're seeing some of that. Initially, we went by the executive order, but there's a difference between what we deem essential and also what like say for under CARES Act, what's hazard pay. So our definition of special duty is more broader than CARES Act definition. The reason why I keep mentioning CARES Act is because I think it is prudent for the Navajo Nation to recoup those dollars, not only payroll dollars, but also any special duty pay that we can recoup, because currently the nation is using general funds or 638 funds. So, we had made a distinction between exempt and non-exempt. As you can imagine, everybody wanted to get paid the special duty pay. All of a sudden, we got more requests on the exempt, namely your salary. There was, and there still is a problem with what salary people can be paid at. Some of the salary people want to be treated like hourly people. It is standard that hourly people get time and a half, and so some of the salary people wanted time and a half. As you can imagine, salary people, their hourly rate are high. So if you're giving them time and a half, the numbers go up. So right now, we are prioritizing the hourly people pending, and I'm going to say pending because we know this CARES Act money came in. The Treasury guideline does talk about a payroll support program, and so we want to define that payroll support program. So that's happening right now. We do have a draft. That payroll support program has to define all these frontline people and then also people, let's say administrative people that, you know, are home, they're getting paid, but we're mitigating the spread of COVID. And so all of those things need to be set up, and a subset of the payroll support program is our special duty procedures. So that's how that mechanism is going to work. But right now, I just want to give you some statistics. As of the last pay, as of May 29th, we got 992 requests for special duty pay. Of that, 950 are hourly people, your non-exempt people, and then out of the 992, there's 42 that are salaried, your exempt people. What we have received so far from the police department is 532 of the 992 requests that we received. We also received 263 from fire and rescue, 26 from NDOT, 18 from EMS, 9 corrections, natural resources 6, Division of Health 4, Fish and Wildlife 58, Office of Legislative Services 56, Department of Personnel Management 13, and then we have others 7. So that's a total of 992 requests that we received. Essentially, we do the budget, make sure everything, the funds are available. I think there was some confusion at the outset. A lot of the programs didn't understand that they had to find the budget for these monies. So that's kind of my report on the special duty pay. We're working through those procedures, but like I said, the problem with the exempt people requesting the time and a half, not only is it a lot of money, but we have to tie that in. A little bit of language verbiage will go a long ways for audit purposes. So when we recoup those dollars from the CARES money, that has to be in place. CARES money, the guidelines there, they have a lot of verbiage in there about substantially dedicated to, you know, mitigate and I forget what the language is regarding COVID-19. And so that's what we're tightening up. We're tightening up those policy and procedures, but at the same time, that's not holding us up. That's actually, we're actually processing. We receive a lot of them in the last 2 weeks or so. We've received a lot of the requests. So we're working on processing those. It coincides with our payroll. Just so you know, we don't do those payments separately. I think that's what I have. I don't know DPS specifically what the scope of their 638 monies are, but as I mentioned before, for FY19, they have well over 11 million. For 2020, they haven't touched their monies. Of course, 638s, they're there until they spend it. They have over 26 million. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. I think I answered all those questions, but I'd be more than, happy to attend the LOC meeting. I know there was questions before, so I apologize if I didn't respond in previous requests, but I'll make sure I show up at LOC. Oh, yeah.
Chair, I got a question. Vice Chair. Chair, I got a question. Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. Controller, Under the CMY 44-20, the president vetoed line item vetoed A under the 2006-02 establishment, where he's stricken out that the coronavirus fund relief shall be deposited into the fund. So where's the money at now? That was the purpose of having this CMY-44-20, so it would be deposited in a certain fund. If this is law, where is the money? And it says any money deposited into the fund shall be used exclusively and only as provided in this chapter. That's stricken out. I think that's the concern on behalf of why it was line item vetoed. So if that's stricken, that's not law, then you're talking about audit, you're talking about compliance, you're talking about accountability, talking about ensuring that the law is there. If that's stricken out, I guess that would go to legislative council too. Where's the money? If this is stricken out, that's my question, Chair. Thank you.
Speaker, I do also have some follow-up questions based on the answers that have been provided to me. So I'll wait till after Honorable Smith.
Again, to Vice Chair Smith. Well, was Barbara Varga on the line?
Oh, I'm sorry, Speaker. I am on the line. I'm listening to a lot of calls. So, Vice Chair Smith, we are doing our best here at Office of Legislative Counsel to reconcile the President's line item veto. So I would really request you give us a little of time to get that done. We will get back to you with your answers. As I said, it is not, we got to deal with what the President did, and we're working on trying to do that. So I respectfully request that you give us just a little bit more time to figure this out, and we will get a report to you as soon as we possibly can.
Okay.
Sounds like an order.
Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, that sounds like an order, Chair.
It's a request, Vice Chair Smith. I just can't tell you what I don't know firmly right now. So I don't want to be put in that position to answer questions that we are not ready to answer.
Chair, I appreciate that, but we don't need to be snippy about things. So just a question. So if you're going to have time to do that, do that.
Hey, that, back to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Follow-up questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kirk. You provided me a lot of information. And again, we are asking these questions because we were informed by DPS themselves of the confusion regarding the $4 million. And you did clear that up. It is going to Vital Records. And I guess I'm wondering, can that $4 million that has been given to Vital Records could some of that money be used towards addressing the issues with public safety? I know that you did mention that PPE could be purchased, but our first responders continue to tell us, they continue to tell council and their oversight that they are not receiving any PPE gear. And it's so hard to get these type of emails. And then you see, the president and his staff dancing on TikTok, while they're handing out food. having a grand time wearing PPE gear. And for me, as chair of Law and Order Committee, my responsibility is to those first responders. And I have been trying to get them the assistance that they need. And obviously that has come in the form of financial funding. Again, council unanimously passed a few weeks back. And it's really difficult to, again, to see these things on social media from the president's office, and then to hear and to hear directly from officers and EMS, and then to be getting these types of emails, not only from the first responders, but those individuals who are out in the field assisting. So like our CHRs, our senior citizen centers, and I guess I just don't understand where that money is going. We continue to hear from the departments and divisions and also yourself that some of this money is going to purchase PPE gear. When is that going to be delivered to the nation? Perhaps it's already been delivered. I don't know. It is a bit frustrating to sit back and to hear what's happening out there and not be able to do anything about it aside from asking questions that are just going round and round and round. So, Speaker, I would like to ask that we have someone report to us on the donations. I know that that Madam AG did report to Budget and Finance yesterday regarding the donations, the money donations that were received. And my understanding is that money could be used now, but because the president vetoed that legislation, that money continues to just sit there. So my question is, when are we going to help our people? When are we going to stop saying that that division is that department? I want answers to some of these questions. If PPE gear is going to be purchased by the Office of Vital Records with the $4 million that they received from BIA, I would like to see a timeline as to when this PPE gear will be coming in and when it can be distributed to those out in the field. As far as overtime and the special duty pay, our first responders, they depend on this. We depend on them. They are taking time away from their families, and we can no longer just sit back and continue to hear about how our officers are not being paid. 532 of the 992 requests for special duty pay. What I want to know is, have those 532 requests been processed? Are there checks, out there distributed, or are they in the mail? 263 from Fire and Rescue of the 992. Where are we at in that process? You also mentioned EMS. What I want to know is, where are we at in the process? Have these people received the pay that they deserve? And then your statement about how programs have to find money. How is it that we're asking our programs to find money when we're sitting on $600 million, when that money should be distributed directly to them? Speaker, I apologize. I'm getting really frustrated here because, I feel like a lot of this is just bureaucracy. There's so much red tape involved right now that the people who really need the supplies and the people who are really out there doing their jobs are not being taken care of. And we need to start asking these tough questions and putting demands on these timelines because, I can imagine these offices, they're just sitting on these requests. They're just sitting on these emails that we are sending, trying to ask these questions. And I will make it clear that when we start asking these tough questions, the first thing that we get accused of is micromanaging, whatever that means. I still don't know what that means. If it's dealing with the Navajo people's money, as legislators, we should be able to ask those type of questions. We should be making sure that the programs and the people out there are receiving the services that we say that we are delivering to them. So with that, Madam Controller, what I'd like to see is timelines in place. I want to know where that $400 million that has been given to Vital Records by BIA, what they plan to spend that money on, or perhaps they've already spent that money. If it's on PPE gears, I want to know when that gear is going to come in and when we can distribute them to the people who need it, the people on the ground. So Speaker, thank you very much. And to people who are listening, I apologize. Again, I'm very flustered and I'm upset right now to be hearing how there's fingers pointing to each division and department when our people are suffering out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Stewart. Just to clarify some of those requests, I'm not too sure. Madam Controller, if you can answer certain one of those questions. If not, then we'll probably come back to you regarding an update on the supplies. The Speaker's office has sent over to the command center and also to the President and also to Dr. Jill Jim an update on requesting a couple of times. We will redo that again because that was a direct request to the Speaker's office, Madam Chair Charles Newton. But Madam Controller, I'm not too sure if you have any other, or if you have a response to some of those requests that, or even questions and deep concerns that Madam Chair Charles Newton has right now.
Speaker, I can answer some of those questions.
Go ahead.
Ashbira.
Oh.
Okay. Ado, I know you're frustrated, and it sounds like everybody's saying different things, and it sounds like we all need to get in a room. Sometimes that helps. And I hope that Friday would be the time. So the way this process works, we did get these requests in the last, towards the end of May. So the ones that we do have on hand, they do go through a process. And yes, it can be red tape, bureaucratic, so forth. But earlier I was talking about the importance of those process and internal control. And so before it gets to payroll, it does go to contract accounting, especially if the funds that are being used are external funds. It does also go through our general accounting if it's general funds. So there is a process before it comes to payroll. Some of the things that contract accounting has to look for is whether it's allowable. They also look for accuracy and so forth. All of those are required if we're using federal funds. And earlier, I'm not sure if you were on the line earlier, I pointed out all the important reasons why we need to do what we need to do and so forth. So I also stated earlier that we really do rely on the programs. So we cannot do things ourselves. For example, I know when we say the programs have to look for money, the programs they're in charge of their administering their departments. That involves, understanding their budget, reconciling their budget, knowing how much money they can spend. Sometimes they don't do that. So when it comes to processing things, payments such as this, they have to shuffle their budgets around. So we can't do that for them. They have to do it themselves. So in that way, we have to rely on the programs to do their part. So when these requests come in, they have to find the budget. And I agree that CARES money should be used. But we're sitting here waiting for the appropriation or what have you, that internal process to happen. So until that happens, we have to only use what has already been appropriated, already been budgeted. So right now, that doesn't include the CARES Act money. So that is the reason why they have to find the dollars to use. So, and then And then the other thing is, I think your other question, this $400 million for vital records. I did see some of the correspondence regarding that grant, and it does look like it can be used for PPE. It can be used for purchase of information technology to improve teleworking capability. And so there is a way to do those things. And then the other thing I think is the question, others may probably be better at answering questions on the HCOC Unified Command Group. I do know a little bit. I know that as a control feature, I know in terms of when we make payments on certain COVID-19 related expenditures, we centralize, or we are aware that they wanted to centralize things, and that's to avoid the repetitiveness of, let's say, PPEs. If they don't have the centralized mechanism, everybody would be buying PPEs. Some of them would be, let's say, for example, if you don't know anything, you might be buying things that surgeons use that are more expensive, as opposed to what's minimally what you can use, such as the case with face masks. It doesn't make sense for a police officer to wear a $70 face mask if he can have a $10 one, because, $70 face mask is appropriate for a surgeon, those types of things. Those things are happening and will happen. So that's the reason why, especially if we're dealing with federal funds, for example, the one going to vital records, the federal government will be looking at us saying, wow, you have stockpiles here, stockpiles there. You don't have a centralized or a mechanism that says you can't avoid fraud, waste, and abuse. Those are important subject matters. So that's what they, at least for the command group, was trying to do, to kind of centralize everything so that they have tabs on what everyone is doing. And I think that's needed. And I can't emphasize that enough. And yes, PPEs are needed. I mean, I think everybody just needs to get on the same page as far as that goes. So that's the information on the $4 million. And I'm trying to think, what else were the questions? What else? Anything else? Oh, you did have a question on the donations. At OOC, we are responsible for all the monetary donations. So we did assist DOJ and the command center regarding the donation aspect of it. I did report to BNF a few times regarding that. We set up a separate bank account for the donations itself. We also set up, through the nation's merchant provider, we set up a payment website page. And so through those online payments, as of yesterday morning, there was donations of $1,824,561. Through that donation website, which is at NNDOH/donate, there is a call for non-monetary donations, which DOJ is in charge of. On that website, there's instructions on people who want to make donations essentially using snail mail. So people send in checks to our office. And also, we also do receive wire transfers from various donors. And so since the inception, the checks that we get and the wires, that totals $2,219,389. So between the online payment and the checks and wire deposits, it came out to, as of yesterday morning, $4,043,950. And so these numbers don't include, and I believe NHA did receive some funding, and they did want to pay some expenses for Navajo. I believe that's a $1 million, and I don't know the intricate details of that arrangement. And then also NAPI did a $1 million dividend. So those two amounts aren't included in our donation amount. There is a GoFundMe that was set up by DOJ. I don't know the amount, but if you go to that website, I believe there's an amount of donations there. So that's how the donations work. The donations as of right now regarding the only expenses, I will call it expenses, is the credit card fees. We get the online payments deposit to our bank account net of those credit card fees. And just think of your Visa fees and so forth. Other than that, those amounts are essentially unappropriated. So you're right. There's that legislation that got vetoed. So unless there's another legislation to appropriate it, the money it is sitting there. So however way that needs to be spent, I think everybody just needs to get together and get an appropriation done so it can be spent. And I believe our donors will probably be happy that we are spending it. So that's another avenue to pursue, I think. So I think that's what I have to answer on some of those questions. Yeah.
Thank you for your response, sir. Madam Control. Colleagues, again, we're talking about internal barriers today. Thank you for your questions. We do have Office of Management and Budget up next, then Department of Justice, and then Department of Natural Resources. So with that, colleagues, is there anybody else before we move on down to the Office of Management and Budget?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to have to jump off the line to participate in the special meeting of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. But I guess the main aspect is at some point in time, Madam Attorney General has to step out into the light and give us an opinion on CMY 44-20, as well as what all of it's valid, and she has to give direction. It's Navajo law. She's the chief law enforcement officer. She has to step out there and give direction. And so far, we aren't getting it. And now's the time she has to step up. She took on that responsibility, and now she has to shoulder it and carry that. So that would be my expression of a thought. As I exit this particular work session, but that is the pervading thought I have as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Honorable Chairman Daniel. So let me go ahead and move on down to Office of Management and Budget. OMB, are you on the line?
This is Dominic Bial, and I believe Cordell Shorty is also on.
Okay. Mr. Bial, Mr. Shorty, thank you for being online. I have not received anything. I don't know if you guys have a presentation. Mr. Bial?
Speaker Damon and members of the committee, we weren't clear as to what the actual purpose of the work session was. And so at this point, we didn't prepare a written document. However, subsequently, we did get a set of questions from Michelle Cook listing about 6 subject areas that she says the legislative branch is interested in hearing about. So Mr. Shorty is prepared to speak to those, and we can follow up afterwards and put it in writing if need be. Mr. Speaker, but having said that, part of our confusion and is I know the way the agenda reads is says legislation 0115, which now was CMY 44, which has been vetoed. So in the meantime, there's 0116 going through the process, which passed at BNF yesterday. So it seems like we're going to do this whole process again. I don't know. Maybe that's just a comment at this point. But, Mr. Speaker, if you want us to speak to those 6 questions raised by, or that was given to us by Michelle Cook, then Mr. Shorty can go ahead and respond to those. Because the CARES Act funding is federal funding. So it would be his office, or his section rather, and his staff who would be primarily handling these funds. Mr. Speaker, that's my opening remarks at this point.
Hey, yeah, we're glad to hear Mr. Shorty's comments.
Okay, Mr. Shorty, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon, members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Not on the class essential. As Dominic indicated, there's a list that was emailed to us by Michelle, 6 subject areas, and I just have a verbal response to each. And as Dominic indicated, if a written response is desired, we'll be glad to do that. And I regret for not having a written response. And the first item was OMB current process for processes for expending external funds received. OMB is involved in setup of the budgets. So when the legislation on the $6 million CARES Act money becomes law, then there's directives in there to OMB, DOJ, and the Office of the Controller. One was to develop an expenditure plan format. Another is to develop and expedite the budget procedure. So when this becomes law, then those instruments have to be developed. And there's draft documents that we're working on, OMB. And last week there was a teleconference with Dana from Office of Legislative Services, OMB, DOJ, and my office. And we had a preliminary discussion on developing that format and the procedure. So when that is finalized, then it will be submitted to Budget and Finance Committee for review and approval. When those instruments and documents are approved, then it will be put out there, be supplemented with a notice of funding availability for opportunity for programs and entities to apply for that. So when we get the application, the request for funding, then it will be reviewed and then subject to appropriation by the council. It sounds like the way we read the legislation that was vetoed by President Nance, that council would do the appropriation. Then council, the appropriation will be given to OMB, and then OMB contracts and grants will be setting a budget on that in FMIS. And as Dominic indicated, these are our federal funds. Therefore, based on FY20 Navajo Nation Budget Instruction Manual, the funds allocated to the entities, departments, and programs will be given a K account, as we call it, contract numbers. So we're involved to that point, setting up budget, and then giving notice to the funding recipient by transmittal. Here's the money that was allocated for you. Here's the budget that was entered for you. Now implement the award. So we're only involved in the front end as far as the budget setup and FMIS and giving authorization to the funding recipient to expend those dollars. So as far as the expenditure part, that's a request initiated by the funding recipient and go through the process where at the end then that request is converted to a purchase order or a contract, which Office of the Controller does, and then based on goods and services rendered by the vendors, invoices submitted to the nation for those programs. That's where the payment comes in. So OMB is not really involved in processing expenditure documents, and usually initiated with a purchase request that converted to a purchase order or a contract. So that's the response to the first item, and I think Controller went over part of that very well. So OMB is not really involved on the expenditure part. So that's the response on the first item. If there are no questions, then I can proceed to the second item.
Just go over all of them first, Cordell, and then we'll come back to you.
Hi, Kushina. Okay. Second item is regarding 164 review. I had requested Dominic to speak to this. I don't know if he's still on the line, but what procurement document that goes to the 164 review, the Office of Contracts and Grants get involved is service contracts, consultant contract, and controller spoke to this earlier. The review that OMB Contracts and Grant does on subcontracts, procurement contract, is to make sure that the contract reflects the K numbers correctly, K20, whatever, and then the sub-accounts and the budget. If a contract is for, let's say, $50,000, we do the check to make sure the account number is right, and there's $50,000 budgeted, and that contract term, the begin and end date of the service contract, is within the term period of the funding agreement on external contract. So those are the check that we do, and if we find that account number is incorrect, amount of the contract and what's in the budget do not agree, we raise those issues, and if not, then we determine it's sufficient and move those forward. So that's the 164 review that OMB is involved on as far as procurement contract. I don't know if Dominic wants to add anything to that. Dominic?
Yes, thank you, Cordell. Mr. Speaker and members of the committee, my additional comments would be to the effect that the question was how OMB will assist programs to shorten and or expedite the 164 review process. Now, there's two parts to 164. 164A is obviously legislation. So we would need to work with DOJ and probably the Speaker's office in order to effect any changes there. Now, the second part of this is 164B, which is the internal branch process. And I believe most members of NABI committee are familiar with, there's 2 executive orders in place that guides how that happens. So we've been communicating more recently with the President's office about how to use the same word, expedite that particular process. Because although it was intended to shorten everything and speed it up, it's nevertheless taken its time. So I just wanted to point that out and say that given the speed that we need to work with the CARES Act funding, we'll certainly work with the President's office and DOJ and Controller's office to devise a process to speed all of this up so that we can get things done, not only in Window Rock, but out in the field. Mr. Shorty, thank you.
Okay, just to add to that, Controller spoke about capacity. I'd say 70% of document review packets that come to OMB are initiated way late, last minute, spur of the moment. And the packet that comes through is inaccurate, missing this and that, and so forth. So in order to process these quickly, the program need to be on board, initiate these in a timely manner, and make sure the documents are correct, the numbers are correct, account numbers are correct. Doing that, then that assists us with the efficient processing of those. So this additional comment on 164 review. Item 3, it's about OMB working with department to streamline internal process to expend the funds. The response is related to item 1 that I spoke to. We get involved in the budget setup and then authorizing the program to expend the budget, and authorization is by a transmittal that my staff issue. But very important, again, that the budget is received in a timely manner. Let's say the council appropriates the $600 million and gives program A, B, and C. Here you get $500,000. That program needs to give us a budget for that $500,000. Hopefully, the next day after they receive the notice, and that budget is accurate, we put it in the system and give them the go-ahead to expend it. But there's instances where the budget doesn't get submitted. Like just a while ago, I signed a transmittal on an award from August 2019, almost a year ago, that the program finally gave us a budget for 9 months after the award. So that's where the delay happens a lot of time, is at the front end. If we don't get the budget and that budget has issues, then that just delays setting it up in FMIS and giving authorization to the program to implement that. So very important to submit budget in timely manner, and that budget is accurate, so it's entered in FMIS and the go-ahead given to expend that. Item 4 talks about, does OMB plan to set up separate business unit for the department to monitor funds allocated that the department for fund management plan? Okay, on this one, the directive is for an expenditure plan format to be developed and the budget procedure. So the draft is in the works, and pursuant to a budget instruction manual, any externally restricted fund, this funding coming from federal government, state government, counties, corporations, and foundations, those all fund under the auspices of externally restricted fund, therefore be issued a K account. Yes, there's going to be a separate K account set up for all the appropriation made from the $600 million CARES Act funding. Number 5, what timeline does OMB process have to ensure the funding is expended and official closeout done in a timely manner? As we know, the CARES Act money, the effective date is March 1st, but the nation didn't get notice till, or didn't get the money till around May 5th or somewhere around there, two months later, and is to be expended by December 30th. So in order to close out the CARES Act money, this is going to be included in the guideline that I spoke about earlier, developing the expenditure plan format and also the budget procedure is timeline. When do we stop processing procurement document? So some of the recommendations that I've outlined in submission to Dominic is the understanding is that the funds have to be paid out by December 30th out of the nation's account and into the vendors' accounts. So in order to do that, services, goods, I'd say, have to be delivered by December 15th, and then the vendor invoice the nation shortly around that time too. That would give OOC about 2 weeks to do the payout. So those expenditures are processed by December 31st. So this guideline that we're working out will have timeline on some of those. And the last item is, does OMB need assistance from the committee to manage funds shortfall? Good well, as controller spoke about earlier, the last expenditure report on all kinds of grants the nation administers showed like close to 1,000 accounts worth over $1 billion award. And here are contracts and grants. We have a 12 positions budgeted, but right now, due to staff moving on to other employment opportunity, 4 positions are vacant. We'd like to fill them, but the process is very slow. To fill these positions, in some instances, personnel questionnaire have to be developed, classification questionnaire, to classify the position. After that, the position has to be announced, job vacancy announcement, and then interviews, and then selection. That process is about a month, 2 months. And sometimes, because of the untimely processing, prospects seek other employment opportunities. So the assistant here that we would like is the DPM to process the PCQ quickly, do the job vacancy announcement quickly, and do the recruitment. And Delegate Smith spoke about background check. That causes delays as well. So any streamlining that can be done on classification of position, job vacancy announcement, recruiting, and bringing employees would definitely help. So the $600 million CARES Act money, and there's a report that we do to the President's office and also keep BNF informed that the report that OMB did on May 22nd, we had record of $617 million in COVID-19 and CARES Act funding. And that definitely is additional workload for contracts and grant staff, Office of the Controller, DPM, DOJ, all officers involved in administering external contracts. So we definitely would need additional position help. At this point, we really haven't analyzed yet how many additional staff I think we would need to assist and effectively administer the $600 million CARES Act funding. Again, this is just a verbal update on some of the questions that was asked, and we'd be happy to put it in writing and add to it as well. Whatever I left out, we could definitely include it in the write-up. Mr. Speaker and members of the committee and the listening audit, that's an overview of and the response to the question that submitted to OMB.
Mr. Speaker, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Bial.
Thank you. This is Dominic Bial. I just wanted to add additional information to item number 6 that Mr. Shorty just spoke about. By memorandum dated May 22nd, OMB submitted a request to the Office of the President, Vice President on some of our additional funding and budget needs. And generally speaking, at the time when we did this, it requested a number of things. Number one is just basically PPE, like everyone else needs. And then number two, an area that we have real problems with is, Mr. Speaker, I know that you're aware, but some people aren't aware, that we are not in our regular offices. Our offices in Admin Building 1 have been closed, as well as Department of Personnel Management. So we're temporarily down in the museum. Now, in the museum, because of the art collections, the library collections, the paintings, exhibits, and so forth, everything's done by alarm. And we don't have access beyond normal hours. And that's proving to be a problem. So at some point, that needs to be addressed and resolved somehow. Either Admin 1 is fixed quickly, promptly, or some other option for facility use is made. So that is in summary what we presented to OPVP already. And those of you who might be familiar with legislation 0016, you may remember that in there it has $50 million to immediately be expedited. So my presumption is our request, as long as all other divisions and so on and so forth would be included in that. Anyway, I just wanted to add that additional information, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is Cordell again. Just so the committee is informed, what are some of the task work that need to be done as far as contract administration goes on the $600 million? Is that there will have to be report generated. Let's say the nation allocates funding to 50 entities, programs, department. Then there will have to be report generated for each of those 50. And then the expenditure report will have to be reviewed. Is that expenditure on schedule? Let's say we're 50% of the budget period, 7 months or something. At 3 months, are the program expending on schedule? Then a narrative report has to be submitted. Are the funding recipient doing what they said they would? Are they implementing the scope of work, the services on time? And then a report issued to probably the president's office and the council say, this program is performing in this manner. The expenditures on schedule, the deliverables on schedule, doing a good job. This program, it's lagging behind. So at those programs, then somebody has to give it some push. So at the end, come December 31st, hopefully everything will be expended. The deliverables all been met, and the nation gets a good report card on the $600 million. So that's some of the contract administration activities
between 115 and 116, which legislation would move contracts and money out the door faster? And that's my main concern, and getting things drawn down by December 30th. Thank you.
Dominic, go ahead and respond.
The Delegate Slater, from my point of view, can you all hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. On my telephone, the little light was blinking. So, okay, Delegate Slater, you were asking if OMB has a preference for 0115 or 0116 in the sense of what might move faster. That's the way I understood the question. In my view, I would say that 0116 would be a little bit more expedient. The reason I say that is that particular legislation calls for a work group who would be assembling all of these fund expenditure plans, and they would do a more thorough job than has been done in the past about vetting all of these budget proposals and requests and identifying those that are in fact ready to go, ready to move, ready to get done. So that would be the best thing in order to get everything moving. That's my answer, Delegate Slater.
Vice Chair Slater, follow-up?
In terms of accountability and reporting compliance with all the different concerns that were raised earlier, is one preferential over the other or might do a better job?